All right, I should be streaming. Today is an interesting day, and maybe not for a lot of people, but for me it is. And I want to share with you why, but that'll take a little while. Which is fine. We got plenty of time. I'm gonna be on here live for probably like the next 6-7 hours, something like that, maybe more. I have a lot of videos to play, and we're going to watch Elon Musk and Jim Bridenstine, who is the NASA administrator, and Elon Musk is the owner of SpaceX. We're going to watch them talking to Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut. That should be interesting. I haven't even watched that yet. So I have that. And also, I have some jokes, but I want to read something to you that you're going to see today. You're actually going to see it on the screen in the sky. And it happens to be something that specifically two prophets in the Bible were shown, and it's happening today. So that's very interesting. But I just wanted to read something that Daniel saw in Daniel 8. Hi, Allison, Thomas, and Michael. Good to see you guys. So in Daniel 8, I'm just going to read a couple random verses. And as I was considering, behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground, and the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven. I'll read that part again, because it's really important. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven. And it cast down some of the stars, or the host and of the stars, to the ground, and stamped upon them. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host. And by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. So, if you listen to that, you'll understand that Daniel is telling us, he's writing down what he saw, and he's telling us that one of the things he saw was what he called a he-goat. And it was flying. It wasn't touching the ground. And it was moving over the face of the whole earth. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. So there was a horn between his eyes. Very important. And what does this horn do? Well, it goes up in the sky, and it says, therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken. So there's one of the first stage separations that you'll see today, just like Daniel saw. And it says, and out of, it says there's 4 more that came up towards the 4 winds of heaven, and out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. Which you will also see today. That is a very interesting, that Daniel is so precise on how the rocket that we're going to watch launch today launches. Daniel saw it, and he explained all the stage separations of this rocket launch. How is that possible? Well, it is possible, because we just read a little bit of it. We'll probably end up going through all of that today. I have a lot of videos that have this information in them too, but I'm going to be doing a lot of pausing of videos. Hey, just in time, good to see you. And Cindy Lou Heeman. I'll be pausing it to give my my own information in there. So there's that. How about some jokes now? Now I know this is a serious subject, but I'm the type of guy, I like a joke here or there, even if it's a serious situation, because maybe it'll put us in the right frame of mind. So I don't know, but I was actually invited to go up to the International Space Station. Apparently they're having problems keeping it cool. There's a joke. Okay. I read a book on the International Space Station. Couldn't put it down. What does a bully say to SpaceX? Give me your launch money. Okay, this one. Ooh, I don't know if I should say this one. Hi, Don Pratt. I don't know if I should say this one, but I'm gonna, because it's just a joke. NASA is finally letting women walk in space. Probably safer than letting them drive. Why does NASA have no competition? Because they destroyed their last Challenger. Ooh, that was kind of harsh. Okay, did you know that NASA put a bunch of cows into orbit? It was the herd shot around the world. The moon landing was fake. It's still up in the sky. Never landed. How does the man in the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. Okay, one more. This one's kind of one to think about. It's different. Conspiracy theories are a lot like moon landings. They're all fake. How's that? That one made me think a little bit. Okay, so there's some jokes. Just for fun. Just for fun. So let's watch a video. Before we watch Elon Musk and we get into it, let's watch a little video. Hey, Roderick. It's a go so far. I think I actually haven't been paying attention, so it could be, I don't know. There was some clouds there, but I don't know. That was early this morning, so we will be checking on that together shortly. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Let's see. Okay. Just so you know, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Let's watch this video. Oops. Here we go.
It is contagious, but it is contagious, but excuse me.
On the Lord, what hip hop hip. On the Ricky Dicky Low, while living number one Nickelodeon.
This message brought to you by Nickelodeon, the first and only network for kids.
Number one Nickelodeon.
Swallow it.
Yes, that's right. You just swallow the toothpaste.
It is contagious, but
And now Elon Musk is the card. But Elon Musk is sending up huge rockets and send them up to the moon. What are they going to do? They're going to look out the windows and photograph the Earth. Think of all these people that are going to be going up. In a few years, it's not long in the future. And they're going to be photographing this round, blue, beautiful planet out here in space. Thousands of photographs and videos from the space station as it moved in the heavens above the Earth. Such a magnificent sight, it took his breath away. Right now, you can log on to the internet if you want to. And you can go to the International Space Station, the ISS, and you can get a live feed from that space station. Right now, you can watch it as it moves across the face of the Earth.
So, well, it's like pear-shaped.
We can make our rockets.
Got a rocket.
The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit. Bottomless pit. Pit. Bottomless pit.
This is actually a container that has urine in it, and we get that from the Russians. And we put that then into our recycling system, our water recycling system. So first it goes into the urine processor, and then from there it goes into the water processor to make us drinking water. We're drinking the urine coming from these ones.
What does the ISS smell like?
Oh, you can smell a little roast beef.
It is possible to pee upside down, which is kind of cool. And it is treated, and it is reused. So as my friend Don Pettit says, today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee.
Beyond the Earth and into those forbidden skies, but they will not be forbidden for long.
And send them up to the moon.
I believe that it's important for the future to be a spacefaring civilization, and out there, ultimately be out there among the stars. And I think that's the exciting, inspiring future that.
But we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now, and the light is shining through.
And then SpaceX is about helping make life multiplanetary, and doing what we can to continue the dream of Apollo, and ultimately make a contribution to life becoming multiplanetary.
Just as the United States was the first nation to reach the moon in the 20th century, so too will we be the first nation to return astronauts to the moon in the 21st century.
Well, how do you plan to get there? In this trash can?
We're dreaming big.
Well, now I have seen everything.
And it'll get more and more obvious as you go along.
If you want to think the world is flat, go right ahead.
So which one of you is ready to go to Mars? Are you ready?
We are absolutely ready to go to Mars.
Who's ready to go to Mars up there? I think you're ready. I know you're ready, right?
But we destroyed that technology.
The rocket equation.
His name is Ralph, man.
She was a woman.
Oh, yeah, that would be disastrous.
She'd like to go to Mars very quickly.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Epic achievement.
And it's a painful process to build it back again.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
We just discussed that. She'd like to go to Mars very quickly.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
But up here, everything hangs off the walls and there's cables everywhere.
Station, are you ready for the event? Brad Pitt, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
I am ready for the event. Houston, this is Station.
Station, this is Brad. How do you hear me?
Hey Brad, this is Nick. I've got you loud and clear. Welcome to the International Space Station. CGI or hooked to strings?
I bet. Thank you very much. I got to tell you, this is a real treat. Real pleasure to be talking to you up there.
And send them up to the moon.
The sun is up there, right? Hopefully. Then the moon casts a shadow on the Earth.
It's a few years. It's not long in the future. And they're going to be photographing this round, blue, beautiful planet out here in space.
All right, I figured I'd start it off like that. Why not, right? So I wanted to say hello to Artist of LL and Davey313. Good to see you guys. And I missed somebody. I know I missed somebody. No, maybe not. Maybe I did. But Artist of LL says something that is interesting. He says, I'm a bit upset about the Gestapo murdering another citizen. And I actually live right just north of Minneapolis. And, yeah. I guess the police station got surrounded by protesters, I guess. And it didn't go well for the police station. We're going to see more and more of this, because what's happening is with the COVID-19 and this kind of stuff, it gives people a different limit of what's normal or what's acceptable. And I'm not saying good or bad, I'm just saying it does. It gives people a different way of thinking about things. And in a time when, there's a pandemic or a virus or whatever's going on, it sure is interesting that these police can do this. I don't know if you watched the video. I'm not telling you to watch it. It ain't fun to watch. But if you watch the video, you get to watch a murder happen. And it's not like something that anybody wants to watch, but that's what happens. And it's a police officer that murders a person right on camera with people standing right there. And I don't think that he cared. I think he was actually enjoying it. Whatever the case is, I know that they surrounded, people went and surrounded his house even. And we're going to see more and more of this. The power of the people against an oppressive police system, authority. It's going to become not an authority, it's going to become an enemy. If they continue to do these things, which they will. A question I have is, it's silly, but how do you kneel on someone's neck and practice social distancing? Just saying. Isn't everybody supposed to have this certain type of etiquette that the government is telling everybody to take precautions of, and all this, stay at home and all this? Why are the police out tackling people to the ground? There's no need for it. But anyway, thanks for the comment, Artist of Elion. Yeah, it's very sad. We're talking about a human life. A person that was alive yesterday, got up to go to work or whatever, and happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and got choked to death. That's sad. It really bothers me too. It does. I like what Thomas Morgan says: believers in Christ don't kill, they love all. And that's what we're commanded to do. Love our enemy. And yeah, it's hard to do, but that's what we're commanded to do. Okay, now DM2, Demo Mission 2. This is a launch that's happening. This launch has been anticipated greatly for almost 9 years. It's very significant as far as the Bible, the book of Revelation and the book of Daniel. They're very clear about some of these things, and I know a lot of people don't see this, but I can't help that. I've been doing the best I can to share this information. It's not my information. It's written down on the pages of your Bible, so please don't allow yourself to consider it to be something that I came up with, because it's right. Like I said, I just read those verses, and it'd be interesting. There are some people on my subscribers to my channel that know a lot about the aerospace industry, and it would be interesting to have some of those people comment on some of these things that Daniel said about this he-goat breaking into pieces and flying up to the stars or the host of heaven and casting down some of the stars, stamping upon them, things like that. I was in a conversation on Facebook about this very topic yesterday, and it's a good friend, or it's a, someone that I respect and have nothing against conversation about these things. But some people just, when Daniel says he saw a ram, like you got to study yourself, or study to show yourself approved, right? What is a ram? Well, today in our world, a ram would be like an animal. A ram. Well, and that's great. That's great. And we see the pictures of, a ram and a he-goat, and we see all these kind of cartoonish pictures. And what I'm here to tell you is that it's something very real, the ram. And it's something very real in our world. And it's not a ram. And it's like, well, that's what the verse says, it's a ram. Well, when I studied it, I looked at every word that in the Hebrew that Daniel said, because sometimes the translators do get the wrong idea, or they're just like you and me, and they're doing their best, but if they have a preconceived belief or something, it might wash into their translation, and probably likely will. But ram, Strong's 352, and the word is A-Y-I-L, ale. And the animal is probably the least occurrences that word ever is used for. That word is used in Solomon's temple, the entryway. The two, I don't know what they're called, the sides that the door that makes the entryway, the sides that hold up the lintel, or I think it's called lintel, those are that word, ram. And if you look up the Strong's, it says, the exhaustive concordance says post, tree, ram for its strength, like the animal for its strength, and it says a pilaster. Do you know what a pilaster is? A pilaster is if you have a building or a structure, I should say, and it has structural pillars or columns or whatever you want to call them, supports holding it up, kind of like the Solomon's temple, the entryway. The top is held up by the sides, and that word is A-Y-I-L. That's the word Daniel used, and it got translated to the word ram. So Daniel says he saw a ram and a he-goat, and the he-goat dragged the ram up to the stars. If you read Daniel 8, this is a vision that he saw. It's something he saw with his eyes. Verse 3 says, "Then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram." See, I'm thinking stood before the river, like a ram, like a pilaster or a column or a structural strength. Something, I think he just saw a rocket, okay? And now that's my theory, right? And that's fine. Like, that's just my understanding of it, but it's not just because of the word ram. It's because of what happens in the story. He tells us that it flies up to the host of heaven and knocks the stars down. So it's very important. He also magnified himself even to the prince of the host. Who's the prince of the host? Michael, the archangel. So definitely very interesting. But this is not my idea. Welcome, Flat Sumaki. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Hey there, how about a ram to bust, like a battering ram? That's another way. Yeah, definitely. Maybe what we'll do, I do have a video that I'll eventually end up playing that has the definition of that word in it. So when that comes up, I will pause it and we'll look at it a little bit more in detail than we are right now. Let's see, what was I going to say? I'm just checking the chat. Yes, yep, Flat Sumaki, good point. Very good point. So I want to put something on the screen here. And I'm going to probably leave this on the screen the whole rest of the day. This. It's not showing up. So I have something wrong. I'll work on it. Good deal. I hope you enjoyed the channel. So today, in Daniel's vision and in John's vision, see, they were both told that what they were seeing, that was taking place at the end of days, at the last day or the last time. And so when we see these things, Jesus said that he would show us things to come. And all that the Father has is his, and he would take of his and show us. I'm paraphrasing it. He would show us something that we didn't know. Let me go to John chapter 16 really quick. That was one thing I was actually going to do, but I think I'll do it on another video. I was going to take and start a notepad or whatever, and start all the references of the scriptures we go to. I'd like to write them all down, but I could also do that. I could watch a replay and do that, but I've done it before, and the amount of scriptures that speak to these things, like, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. By the time this video's over, there will be hundreds of scriptures referenced in the same story, and you'll be able to see it in our world. And that's the crazy thing. A lot of people can't see it, but I think there is something that I guess troubles me a little bit, and it's not, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I'm right, and these words echo in my head over and over again when I get in conversations with people, and I point out some of these things in the scripture, and they literally call me like, you're way out there, man, or you're crazy or whatever. And I'm like, but that's what it says in here. So whether it's crazy or not, I don't care. It says it, and that's what is declared. You know what I mean? But Jesus said to Pilate, Pilate therefore, this is John 18, verse 37. Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. So when I see truth in here, and I see people around me not hearing it, what am I to think? Like, what am I to actually take from that? Because there's other verses that kind of make me think on a different level. Like in Daniel saw something that I see happening too. Daniel 7 verse 21. I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. What kingdom? The kingdom up there. So that's why it's very significant that we're talking about rockets and rocket launches. Thomas Morgan made a very good point. I don't know if he did in this chat, but I saw it on Facebook too. If you think that the Tower of Babel, when the Lord came down and confounded their language. If you think that that was a good thing that people were doing, was that a righteous thing and wasn't wickedness, then you're probably fine with space exploration. But if you realize why the story of the Tower of Babel is even in the Bible, why is that account given to us? It's given to us to teach us something, to teach us, I think, to teach us that God lives in heaven and we don't. We don't belong there, and flesh and blood doesn't go there. Now, this brings up another topic. I believe Jesus. I believe every word he said. And I don't believe an interpretation of what Jesus said. I just believe the words he said. And yeah, I'm sure there can be, debates about certain things. But one thing that Jesus said that is pretty much not debatable is right here in John chapter 3 when he was talking to Nicodemus about being born again. And he said, "If I have told you earthly things, and ye believe not, how shall you believe if I tell you of heavenly things?" That makes sense to me. He told us about what this earth is, and he told us that it is established, that it be not moved. He told us that the earth is still, and at the end the earth will be shaken and moved to and fro. But that's because of God's wrath. But up until that point, the earth never moves in the Bible. So if we don't believe him when he says that, how are we going to believe him when he teaches us about the heavens? We're not going to understand the thing he's saying. So we have to believe what he tells us in his word here. Otherwise, we're really not going to understand what he's trying to teach us. And here's what he says right after that. "And no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven." So I would pose this question. NASA is launching 2 astronauts into space to go up to the space station. Maybe even if you guys feel like putting the answers in the chat or your thoughts in the chat, I would enjoy reading them on the live stream here. My question is this, and this is I believe what Jesus said. So he said, "No man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven." Where is SpaceX Dragon and these 2 astronauts being launched to today? What is space? Okay, it's obviously a word that we were taught, but to us it's like darkness. It's darkness. It's a place where the stars are, the sun, the moon, and then darkness. Planets and darkness, okay? And this place of darkness is part of God's creation. And it was one of the, I don't know how, I'm not trying to get the details. I just don't know the details, but I do know that right away in the beginning, I'll read Genesis 1, the very first verse in the Bible and the second verse in the Bible. "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters." So that just those 2 verses right there, we had the earth that was without form and void, so I don't know what that looked like. But there was darkness upon the face of the deep. So there's a face of the deep somewhere, right? Where's the deep? What is the deep? Well, that word is also the abyss. And what is it? It gives us another detail there. It's waters. because it says God moved upon the face of the waters. And there are a lot of other verses that help us understand how that's laid out. In Psalm 18, it says he bowed the heavens and came down, and darkness was under his feet. Okay, so we have God in heaven, and then there's darkness upon the face of the deep. And this is dark waters. And to me, this is the firmament. This is the... I'll read the next verse. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. So there was darkness, and an earth that was without form and void, and then God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So this darkness being spoken of in Genesis 1 is literal darkness. And that's all. It's not anything but literal darkness. The absence of light. And what is above the earth? Darkness. Even during the day, if you send a balloon up or if you look at NASA footage, what is above the earth? All day long and all night long, it's darkness. Okay, that's important because Paul said that we don't struggle against flesh and blood, but the rulers of the darkness of this world, powers and principalities and evil, cosmic powers of evil in the heavenly realm. Up there, darkness. Jesus called it outer darkness, where there'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Jude called it, he said, the wandering stars reserved or in the blackness of darkness until judgment. This darkness is a place, and I don't think it's actually a material, physical place like I was taught as growing up. You know, like you could take a tape measure and you could measure 10 miles of that darkness. I don't think that's possible. I think that if you live in Florida or you live in Minnesota, I'm just using these two states as an example because my brother lives in Florida and I live in Minnesota. And I look up at the sun and I see the rays coming off the sun at an angle, hitting the ground, and you can see that the sun doesn't appear to be very high. But at the same time, 1,800 miles away, my brother's seeing the same, he's seeing the same sun, but he's seeing it local there. So what I'm saying is the celestial sky is not, I believe it's something that we don't understand. We act like it's physical, like simply because they go there with the space station and with all these space junk, okay? And we can see the space junk with our eyes from the ground, so therefore it must be in a physical place. But I disagree with that entirely. I think it's in a place of strong delusion. Because actually, back to the Tower of Babel idea, that's what Thomas Morgan was saying, is if you think the Tower of Babel, like if you know the story of the Tower of Babel, you know it was wickedness. It was wickedness in their hearts. And they were, in the book of Jasher, it says that it was a sin and a transgression to them against God that they were building that tower. And they knew, or I don't know if they even knew it. I don't think they even knew it. I think they were just like NASA and SpaceX today, thinking they're exploring or thinking they're doing something noble, and they're actually, this time around, what did God say when he came to the Tower of Babel and he confounded their language? He said, now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Hey, rockets push off air, good to see you. And scrap gold expert, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. So, hey, Majorola, good to see you too. Awesome to have you guys in here. So I think honestly that this darkness is overlooked by a lot of people, and it's really a simple thing. I'm not saying I know the nature of it, but the Bible calls it waters. I know that NASA calls it dark matter, which we'll watch another video about dark matter, a JPL presentation, and you'll like what they tell us. And what I mean is, Jesus said in John 8:32, the truth, or what did he say? He said that that ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And I've been set free. Because once you understand what's happening, I guess it's just not the same anymore. That's about all I can say. Yeah, Thomas Morgan, good point. No, the ISS is a nest among the stars, Lucifer's heart, and his throne. Remember when Jesus said he even knew where Satan's seat was? We know where Satan's seat is too. And remember when Jesus said, I beheld Satan fall from heaven like lightning? Dragon capsule coming back in. It's moving real fast. Plasma ball around it. I think that's what Jesus was talking about. And I know a lot of people are like, no, he was talking about something back then. Yeah, sure. Jesus is here talking today in this Bible. It's a book that's alive, and it's not a pile of letters. So it's much more than that. Rockets push off air says the ISS is a balloon or a jet plane. I can refute that very simply by I could show you footage that I've taken of it, but a simple way to understand what's happening is if you go out to the ISS on one of the best passes that we can see. It's something like 7 or 8 minutes. I think it's about 7 minutes. I don't think it gets quite up to 8 minutes, but from horizon to horizon, so there to there, and it is way above the clouds. If you do the math, it's moving very fast. And here's the thing. I understand why rockets push off air says that, because I'm just going to be blunt and say this, and I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm not trying to be like I'm the smart guy. It's just what I know, is that rockets push off air was made a witness. Jesus made rockets push off air into a witness of his marvelous light. And when you see that marvelous light, the ISS isn't there. Okay? So I'm not trying to argue with when I say that, I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I'm trying to say that to the people in the world that we want to convert to the truth, they're not going to understand when you say that it's a balloon or a jet necessarily. Some of them might, but they might understand it better because of what we can witness. Okay, we can watch, like Starlink trains, Starlink satellites. A lot of people have filmed those. Those do the same exact thing. If you go out on a clear night now, if you take a few minutes to let your eyes adjust, and if you just sit there looking up, within just a couple of minutes, you're going to see your first Starlink satellite. And then you just watch the path that took, and keep watching that path as you watch for other ones. You're going to see another one and another one. And they're spread out really far, and they're going all different directions, all over the surface of the earth. This is all part of these scriptures being fulfilled. These are false signs and wonders in the sky that Elon Musk is performing. So I think right now, hey, Clouds Behind the Sun, good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while. Thanks for stopping by. Davey313 says, puts Psalms 19, verse 7. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. So true. And like, you know how I don't know where it is, but it's like the Lord laughs at our knowledge, at our knowledge. I can totally see why now, because it's hilarious. It's just not even It's hilarious. Okay, I think we should watch. Talking. This is Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, and I will link his channel in the description when we're all said and done here. But I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna disappear here for a minute, and I'm gonna go over to the desktop, and we're gonna look at a video that I haven't even seen yet, but I want to watch it. So we're gonna go like this. All right, there's Tim Dodd. This is his channel, Everyday Astronaut. Go subscribe if you want. He puts out good videos, but he's sold on the whole space thing. So I like, yeah, that's sad. But and actually right now he's live streaming from 3 miles away from the launch pad, which is quite a privilege, I think. So let's, you guys are seeing this? Okay, good. So we will check this video out, and if it's, I don't think it'll be boring because he's pretty detailed and pretty interesting, but if it gets boring I might pause it and we might switch to another video that I have lined up. Hey Nat, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, here we go. Whoops.
Hi, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. I think it's safe to do this now because we are socially distant. We are far away from everyone. We're following safety protocols. But I am here at Launch Complex 39A. This is at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I am standing right in front of SpaceX's Crew Dragon capsule, riding on top of SpaceX's gorgeous Falcon 9 rocket. You know this rocket, it can land itself. It's flown like 85 times or something. It's just this reliable workhorse rocket that SpaceX has been flying for almost 10 years now. And I'm here because today is a really, really exciting day. NASA is sending crew on top of a rocket for the first time in almost 9 years exactly. The last crew that took off from this exact launch pad, actually, from Launch Complex 39A, was STS-135. That was July 8th, 2011.
Okay, I already got, like, this is why this is so important. And I want, like, I know a lot of people are just against the idea of what I'm saying, but please just consider this angle of looking at this, because first of all, let me remind you of what Satan, or what Lucifer, has written in his heart. Okay, in Isaiah 14, he says, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. Then he also says, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. So there's only one thing that Isaiah was saying Lucifer had in his heart, and it was to ascend into heaven. It was to go up to the sky, okay? And we're watching that. Now, let me just make a comparison. If Lucifer had a mission statement in the book of Isaiah, if Lucifer had a mission statement, it would be to ascend into heaven. What is NASA's and SpaceX's mission statement? It's Lucifer's statement, to ascend into heaven. It's the same thing. So don't act like the rockets in your Bible is a ridiculous thing. Where does God live? God lives up in the sky, sitting on his throne, and they're shooting rockets at him, okay? And what I was reading earlier, Jesus said, no man hath ascended up to heaven but he that came down. So where are they going? Do you get what I'm saying? They're going somewhere that they even call it a bottomless pit. They call it an abyss of darkness, a black void. The astronauts call it these things. NASA calls it this. Okay, so NASA's using the same words as the Bible to explain this darkness, the blackness of darkness. You can hear the astronauts talk about it a lot. So I just wanted to point out something in the book of Daniel. What's on your screen right now is the space shuttle. And what Tim Dodd was just telling us is that the space shuttle was retired. This was the last flight back in 2011. Well, that put NASA in a predicament where all of a sudden they weren't a space agency anymore because they had no way to go to space. So they had to basically just start buying tickets from Russia and riding on Russian rockets to go to the space station. That's all they've done for 9 years. So all this big money and all these big projects that they pretend they're doing really are invisible. They haven't really done anything up in space as far as getting there on their own. You know, they have to get down on their knees and call up, you know, Putin and ask him, can we ride with you? We have no way to get there, you know. Our car broke down. So can we ride on yours? Can you give us a lift? Literally. And Daniel says something that makes me believe that he just saw this. He wrote it down. Daniel saw this and wrote it down. And I'll just read one verse here. This is a vision that Daniel saw. This is Daniel 7, verse 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. So wings are wings, okay? I just have to point that out. It doesn't... Daniel's not trying to, like, be symbolic here. He's giving us his testimony that he said right here, I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked. So Daniel's telling us that he watched as this thing like a lion that had eagle's wings. He watched as the wings were plucked. Okay? And it was lifted up from the earth. What's happening on your screen right now? Exactly that. Lifted up from the earth. And made stand upon feet as a man. And a man's heart was given to it. I think Daniel was just seeing the shuttle program, seeing it shut down. And this is where we get into the deadly wound that John talked about in Revelation 13 and 17. We'll get more into that, but I just want, as this goes on, when the scriptures are showing this story that Tim Dodd is showing us, I'm going to make sure that we hear both stories.
And that was the last time the United States has put people into orbit. So this is a really big deal. Tomorrow, from right here, about 24 hours from right now, that rocket's going to take off, and it's going to be sending Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley up into orbit, and they're going to be sent off to the International Space Station. Now, if you need a timeline breakdown of all the events on launch day, all the way from suit up to orbit, I've already got you covered with a video. Now, if only there was someone that I could ask a couple more questions to, because there's a lot of exciting stuff that I think a lot of us want answers to. Who could that be? I gotta stop doing that joke. You guys have read the title of the video. It's not like you don't know what I'm doing right now. Ooh, I wonder who Tim's gonna have on camera. Hey guys. Hey. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic. Okay, I've got a smorgasbord of stuff for you guys to set up. Jim, if you can stand right over there along that. Oh, don't just shake your hand. But
I know, it's sad, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll just throw you a quick piece on it. But right there is a mic. If you wouldn't mind micing yourself up, that'd be fantastic. And Elon, if you wouldn't mind micing yourself up there too.
Sure.
That'd be great. And we're rolling on that. Rolling here. Hi guys, congratulations. We are basically 24 hours away from seeing humans return to space from U.S. soil, American rockets, American soil.
You've heard that before.
Yeah, we've heard it, and I think we're ready. So,
cool.
I think the biggest thing I want to, well, first off, congratulations to a big 2020 for you so far. You've had a kid.
Oh yeah.
You've had you have a rocket out there on the pad waiting to have astronauts go to space for the first time. And you're working on Starship simultaneously. You're still doing everything with Tesla. You're a very busy person. But I wanted to set a record straight off the bat. I want people to hear from both of you the beautiful partnership of NASA and SpaceX and how far back it goes, and that it's not NASA versus SpaceX.
Oh, that's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Elon, if you wouldn't mind, just tell us the history of how SpaceX and NASA started working together in the first place.
Sure. Well, I mean, this actually could be quite a long story, but basically the whole reason I started SpaceX was actually to try to increase NASA's budget. Or at least the way I got interested in space was I was trying to figure out why we had not gone to Mars, and then I thought, well, maybe we need to reignite public excitement in Mars. So I initially started off with the idea of doing this like philanthropic mission to send a small greenhouse to Mars, to get the public excited about sending life to Mars.
Yeah.
And if we got the public excited, then they would tell their representatives in Congress to increase NASA's budget. That was the goal. But I was no actual. It was meant to be a philanthropic thing.
Yeah.
And I tried to buy some ICBMs in Russia to do this, and ultimately came to the conclusion that that there's actually plenty of will to go beyond Earth, but there needs to be a way. Like essentially, NASA needs to have more affordable rockets. That we need to increase the pace of innovation in space. And so if we can give NASA another horse in the stable that is moving faster and cost less and is more innovative, then that would be a way to accelerate progress in space. So I love NASA and always have and always will.
Yeah. And Jim, you weren't with NASA at the beginning of the COTS program and stuff like that, or even the commercial resupply, but you've been around for a while to see the kind of the cherry get on the top here with the crew program actually coming together. So tell us about like what you've seen so far and how you've seen the commercial partners really step up to the plate.
Yeah, so SpaceX brings a very unique capability to the mix that NASA has been lacking, quite frankly. SpaceX is really good at flying and testing, even being willing to fail and then fix and then fly, test, fail, fix, and
Okay, we're going to pause it for a second. I'm going to try to convince some people in the chat of the truth. Rockets push off air. I saw earlier you said you believe the scriptures, right? You believe the Bible, the creation story in the Bible, what Jesus declared the first 6 days. I'm assuming that you believe that, just by what I saw your comments are. And then here he says, space is fake. To put it bluntly, it exists in sci-fi and on TV. Well, it also exists in the second verse of the Bible. So this is very important. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So darkness is literal in this verse, because he says, let there be light, and he separates the light from or he divides the light from the darkness. So that the daylight that we have is a real thing, and so is darkness. And what I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's a physical place. So I can agree with you on in that aspect that it's fake. But it is a place, and I'm not claiming to understand the celestial realm in comparison to the realm we know, the earth, where physical and material things happen. We have our table of elements, and we have all these things that we do understand, where we live. We understand the ground is solid beneath our feet, and we get light from the sun, light from the moon, and then there's also another kind of light. Hey, Anthony Dickinson and Spare Room Music. Spare Room Music says, come on, Joe, obviously you're a massive space geek and love it. You just can't push your beliefs aside. Well, I am not a space geek, I guess. I totally agree in a certain way where I don't love it, but I do agree with you that I've learned a lot about it in the last few years. Like I have, I guess, what you'd call some knowledge in the aerospace industry. Not like anything, I'm just saying I understand all the things that these guys are talking about, because I've been made to study it. And it's because of the stories that the prophets tell in the Bible that I talk about rockets. Spirum, if you missed, I don't know how long you've been around, but earlier I was talking about I just had a mind block. I don't know what I was going to say. It was something. Maybe I'll remember. Okay, so, but for rockets push off air, I hope you understand what I mean. The darkness upon the face of the deep is also called, in Psalm 18, it says, his pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. And also, like in Daniel's vision, that we know there's waters up there, because it says right at the beginning of Daniel 7, I'm going there right now, it says he was telling about his vision or whatever, and I'll just read a couple verses here. It says, Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the heaven strove upon the great sea. Well, that's the waters above, the great sea up there. Hey, Annie0100. I think you're right. They're trying to punch a hole in the firmament. I like that. Spare music says, and rockets don't push off air. So that, okay, rockets push off air says, the stars will fall like figs from a tree, and they are lights in the dome, which rotates, and we observe this. Rockets are just large blowtorches. They do a parabolic arc and go down. Well, they're more than that. I can tell you that just because I know that. And I've studied these things, and I've actually done the math, like you were saying, that, you know, it's a plane or a, I forgot what else you said, maybe, but it can't be, just simply because of the distance it's covering in a certain amount of time. And we can actually view this from several states, you know, like when the ISS flies over, when Starlink flies over, there's more than one person looking at it. And we can easily find out that the height is very much like if you triangulate from two spots on the ground. Now, if you're going to triangulate with curvature or with a flat Earth, you're going to get different numbers. But they're still going to be way up high in the air. Like, I know people say you can't see a football field from 250 miles away, and I would have to argue that it like I was saying earlier, it's the celestial realm, and I don't think we understand the nature of it. I'm trying to understand it, but I don't think that, I honestly think that when we're in the flesh, that we're limited from that kind of understanding to understand that world in that way, like how the physical part, that we can see these lights, we can see them from the ground, we can see the things happening up there, but it's not what we're thinking if we're thinking it's a physical place. Thomas Morgan says, no man can measure the heavens or earth, said the man that created it. Amen. That's so true. Let's see here. Yeah, the oceans are level. That's a good point. That is true, Sparrow Music. There's air in the fuel. That concept, I don't like. Again, I don't think it's a physical place like they think it is. I think that when they get up out of the, like, above the Kármán line, that just like they free fall, you can't be, okay, put it this way. If you are in what they call space, the only way to get there is to go sideways, like to go parallel to the surface of the earth, sideways, very fast. And basically what I believe is happening there is they're catching up with the firmament to get into it or whatever. So that's why you see them going sideways very fast, and they think that they never hit the surface of Earth. They're falling, but they never hit because they're going fast enough, and they think it's a globe, even though down here on the Earth it's flat, which we've proven, and water proves that. And just the idea of a vacuum and then having a gradient of a pressurized system, it doesn't make much sense to me. Let's see here. Hey, girl in a box, good to have you. Hey, Allie, good to see you. I gotta hit Allie with a wrench. Good to have you. Did I do that right? I hope I did that right. I think I did that right, hopefully. Rocket Candy, the solid rocket engine. Hey, that's pretty good. So yeah, I just think that in that darkness, in the Bible, that darkness is a prison for evil spirits. It is what some people would call Sheol. It is hell. All right, Sparrow Music, thanks for hanging out. It's always good to see your name there. It's always good to have a little opposition thinker, or whatever you want to call it, someone going against the grain. I think that's always a good thing. Even if it, hey, Melgig's here, all right. Now, Melgig, we're going to talk about Melgig's channel, and everybody watching should be subscribed to his channel if you like this kind of stuff, or if you want to understand this kind of stuff. Rockets Push Off Air. You need to subscribe to Melgig's channel and search through his videos. Because Melgig, I don't know how, I'll just put it this way. He gets footage that I never would even expect to be possible. Put it that way. And I do a lot of photography. And I'm not a pro or anything. I'm just saying I do have a lot of cameras, and and telescopes, and I do spend a lot of time with them. And Melgig puts me to shame, really bad. But he has some awesome footage. So we'll actually be going to his channel, I'm sure, because there's actually, let me give Melgig a wrench. There's actually, this is very important stuff that Melgig has on his channel, and I haven't ever found it on anybody else's channel. So in this search for truth, we want the truth, right? Well, people say, oh, the Starlink, that's something else. That they're just saying that it's a rocket launch and it's launching 60 satellites. That's what they're saying, but it's something else. Well, it's hard to say that when, and I might be exaggerating, but I don't know the exact amount of minutes, but I watch a Starlink launch on YouTube or whatever, live, and it is not very much longer after that Melgig uploads a video of the Dragon capsule or whatever flying, or the Starlink flying right over the UK. So that's very hard to basically the amount of people watching these activities, these are all tracked nonstop, and there isn't a moment where they're not where we don't know where they are. And so what I'm saying is that to say that space is a swimming pool, and NASA's a swimming pool or whatever, I get the idea, but there are things that are very real that are happening in the sky. And I think, okay, let me just use Melgig for an example. I'm not trying to pick on you, Melgig. We disagree on some things, and I have no problem with that. Like, I respect whatever you want to believe, but the whole point of my channel, and this is part of it. This is part of the reason, because I was made to bear witness to something. I'm a 43-year-old carpenter. I was 37 years old, and my life changed. I started seeing the world differently, and it was not of me. This is my testimony. I had something, and I know what it was, but something took my eyes and removed scales in a and I'm talking like a spiritual way, like a supernatural way. Removed scales from my eyes, and I could see things that I didn't comprehend before, and I could see them clearly. So, and as the last 5 years or whatever has gone by, I've learned there's a very good reason why I bear witness to these strange things, that the shocking thing that water happens to be flat at its surface. Things like that. Flat Earth, okay? That's not like, okay, a flat earther doesn't become a flat earther because it's cool. Okay, I can give you. We could go just read some of the comments on my videos, and you'd see that maybe it's not so cool to be a flat earther. I don't think anyone would choose to be a flat earther. So there's a reason why, and I believe the reason is for people like Melgig, who clearly has a lot of knowledge and a lot of ability and talent as far as these things, these activities, and these lights we're seeing in the sky, the things and what they are and all this. And for me to just go to Melgig and say, yeah, that's all fake, what does that do? Is Melgig supposed to believe me or something? I think it's much more productive for the cause that I believe Jesus gave a lot of us. He gave us, I mean, it's in the Bible. He sent his Spirit of truth, and the Spirit of truth took us on a journey that we didn't expect and we didn't know we were going on. Just like what it says in Hebrews 11, Abraham went out. I can't remember the exact wording, so I got to go there. But he went out to receive an inheritance or something, and he didn't know where he was going, but he went out anyway on faith. I'm going to have to read it because I just butchered it there. But he was searching for a city, you guys. He was searching for a city that had foundations, and the builder and the maker of that city was God. And that, I believe, is a world that's very real that we can search for. Let me read this. Sorry, it took me a minute to get here. By faith, Abraham, when he was called out, so he was called out to go out into a place which he should after receive for an inheritance, obeyed. And he went out, not knowing whither he went. By faith he sojourned in the land of promise, as in a strange country, dwelling in tabernacles with Isaac and Jacob, with the heirs with him of the same promise. For he looked for a city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. And so that's the city of New Jerusalem. And that is the kingdom of heaven that is going to crush all of these things that we're watching in the sky. Men are not going to be doing what they are expecting themselves to be doing, especially come one day. I don't know what day, but it's just not that it's not going to be able to. Men aren't going to be able to be up there. Okay, so all of these things Elon Musk is doing, and all of these things, and how do I know this? Well, it's like I was saying, those scales were removed from my eyes, and Jesus showed me things to come, and these are very serious things. And you know how I'm talking about the darkness. Well, that darkness is a literal place, and it happens to be it's the abode of the damned. Okay, we don't see necessarily the evil spirits or the whatever. We see the luminaries, the 7 planets. According to the scriptures, I'll just go to the book of Jude, since it's just a couple books over, and I'm just going to read what the planets are. Jude told us, and he's actually quoting Enoch pretty much. But he said in verse 13, he said, raging waves of the sea, remember the waters above? The great sea, raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Verse 6, and the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness, until the judgment of the great day. That's just Jude. Okay, Peter, 2 Peter. I'm just going through a couple of these because this place of darkness is not fake. Okay, I'm not going to say it's physical, but it's not fake at all. I don't think it's physical and material the way that we would expect it maybe to be. And as far as like satellites and their trajectories and all these things, it appears to be somewhat to have physics like we do down on the Earth here. But since you're moving at such a high rate of speed in order to go to space, everything's a little different. And one of the biggest differences between living on the Earth and what they say living on the space station is clearly the downward, I don't know if it's called a force, don't hold me to all that, like, I'm not a technical guy, but you know, when we drop something, it goes down, okay? And people are always like, that's so dumb. Like, yeah, it's just part of nature, okay? When we have something in our hand and we let go of it, if it's heavier than helium or if it's heavier than the air, it's going to drop. And that is just part of nature. 2 Peter 2 verse 4 says, if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment. Like, I'm thinking of when Jesus, when he ran into Legion, that guy that was that guy that was possessed with a bunch of unclean spirits, and he asked what the name, and he said, "We are Legion, for we are many." And what they said to Jesus is really amazing right then. It proves kind of that even the demons, the unclean spirits, they know that there's an appointed time when they will have to be cast out into outer darkness. And so what did they say to Jesus? They say, did you come here to torment us before the time? Like, they even thought that he was going to do it then and like judge them or whatever, like, early. And he ended up putting them he cast them into a bunch of pigs, and then they went and ran in the water and drowned. But unclean spirits, they don't have a body. This is in Enoch explains this. They don't have a body, and they're really abominations. They weren't ever supposed to exist. They were because of these fallen angels that came down. These are the offspring, and these are the spirits of the offspring once they were dead. And it says they wander about hungering, with they don't have a manifestation unless they want to go into a person. I guess that's possible because Jesus would cast them out. He dealt with them a lot. So don't think that they're not here. They might just be a little smoother than they were then. Like, maybe they learned a little bit of how to, because they would always torment people really bad in a physical way, and like this one guy in particular, he lived in the caves, and he would cut himself with stones, and he would cry all the time, and they would chain him up, and he would break the chains. And I don't think unclean spirits quite operate in the same way than they did then. Maybe they learned or whatever. But back to what I was saying about Mel Gib's footage. It's the bomb. You got to look at it and know he's not faking the footage. It's just Mel Gib with whatever equipment he has, that I wish I could do the same kind of photography as he does, and I just haven't ever looked into. I'm sure that it is a whole area of learning and knowledge that would take a long time to get. So it's one of those things where that's what's nice about YouTube. I can go to Mel Gib's channel, and we'll do that after this video. But the point is that I feel like I'm supposed to be a witness of the truth, because Jesus told me, he said, "Ye shall also bear witness, because you've been with me from the beginning." And he said in Isaiah, he said, "I've declared the former things from the beginning, and they went forth out of my mouth." This is in Isaiah 48 verse 3. They went forth out of my mouth, and I did them suddenly, and they came to pass. Okay, like, let there be light, and there was light. Okay, he declares it out of his mouth, and there it is. That's 6 days of that, and that's the world we have. So earlier on in Isaiah 43, he said he's going to call his sons and daughters and plead with them to declare former things. again. Like, so that's really what flat Earth is. It's this 6-day creation, which is the truth. And in this world, it's hard to believe sometimes, but it is the truth. And I believe it's the gospel being preached. And a lot of people don't like when I say that, but it is. If we're living on a spinning ball, I think that we're. A lot of people say it doesn't matter. God doesn't care if you're on a spinning ball or on a flat Earth. Well, I have to strongly disagree with that, because Jesus told us that it was still stable and didn't move. That's like one of the biggest proofs to me of flat Earth, because any globe that anybody's talking about must spin. And I don't witness anything spinning. I witness the sky spinning above us, but I do not think that anything on the ground or any part of the earth is moving at all, ever. And I do believe that the sun literally flies over the earth and the moon literally flies over the earth, but they're in that other world. They're in that celestial world. So they're like, it's a spiritual world. So like if hell is the darkness, which Thomas Morgan put a good verse in that I'm going to scroll back up to, one that's quite shocking. Isaiah 14 verse 9, and it says, hell from beneath is moved for thee. Sorry, I was going to try to wing it, but I got to go there just so I don't screw it up. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. I think this is clearly talking about when Jesus comes, the firmament is going to be buzzing. Like, because if you look at Hebrew cosmology, you have the, you have the earth. And then you have the waters above, the waters below. And you have Sheol, like in the heart of the earth or whatever. But that verse right there says it's going to be moved from beneath. Where, if something's moved from beneath, where is it moving? So that's just a thought. But I've been yapping. We'll look at Mel Gig's channel, and I have a lot of respect for guys like Mel Gig and Spare Room, and there's a lot of other people. Those are just come to my mind because these guys are entirely in disagreement with me. But I just gave Mel Gig a wrench, and Spare Room Music's been on my channel forever with the wrench, because these guys are. I guess what I would say is they're okay if someone disagrees. It doesn't mean that people like shouldn't talk. Oh yeah, don't talk to me. You believe something different than me. No, the reason why anybody believes something, and if they're trying to share it, it's because they believe it and they believe it's the truth. So, so these kind of debating conversations or whatever, this is I believe what we're all supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be searching out for the truth. So, all right, back to Elon Musk, and I got way off on a tangent there, but here we go. Sorry, guys.
And they can reiterate that over and over again very, very fast. And we've seen that with Starship now. The willingness to fail is something that NASA has lacked for a very long time. But it's what enables SpaceX to move so fast, to rapidly iterate and improve. NASA has this history of qualifying every component, and then every subcomponent, and then every piece of every rocket is fully qualified, and everything has to go perfect on every launch. And that slows us down. And SpaceX has been a great partner. Make no mistake, they have pushed NASA, but I hope NASA has also come along and pushed them in a way that is unique as well. So this partnership has been fantastic, and you're seeing the fruits of it. We'll see it tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, there's no question that that SpaceX would not be where it is today without NASA. As the saying goes, we're only here because we stand upon the shoulders of giants.
Yeah, and then you're wearing stilts on top of that, I feel.
Yeah.
It's a hot.
Did you catch that? They always have to say that. As the saying goes, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. I was just talking about unclean spirits. Yeah, that's where those come from, is from giants. So.
Bar.
Sure.
I mean, we're inside the actual firing room here. This is where and you guys flipped it the right way, so everyone's looking out the window.
that's like the biggest change. We modernized some of the decor, but most importantly, we flipped the screen so everyone can look at that way.
Yeah.
But this glass that's been here since the '60s. You can see it in the like the Apollo, movie, like the documentaries and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same glass, same angle. It's been here since the '60s. Actually, it was kind of modern looking.
It's gorgeous. This glass has seen a lot of history.
Yeah, I mean, what an awesome view!
Seriously,
it's incredible. Like, wow.
So I mean, that's got to just be the biggest honor for SpaceX leased that pad in 2014. That was the first mission, was CRS-3 for me.
Yeah.
And Gwen was out here to lease the pad.
Yeah.
And I remember it being a big deal. 39A.
It's like Times Square.
Launch. Yes.
It's like opening a play on Times Square. This is the best location.
Yes.
Best launch pad in the world. Definitely.
By far. I mean, and obviously for those listening, this is where the people going to the moon, every single one of them walked up, went up that tower, well, a slightly different tower, but out there on that pad, went to the moon. Like 80-something space shuttle missions took off from 39A.
It's a great honor that SpaceX is allowed to use that pad.
There's a lot of history there, and we're still writing the history. The history is going to be written tomorrow yet again.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. No, you're in the super most awkward position. This is going to be the most YouTube interview ever, but we're rolling with it.
Yeah.
So.
We all love to make those dishes that make people happy.
Tonight we're making some bacon-wrapped green beans.
So, but one of the fun things for me is watching the cargo go into the crew vessel. All of a sudden we had Dragon 1, now we have Crew Dragon, and it's substantially different but familiar. Mm-hmm. So tell us, what's been some of the hardest parts to transition from cargo into crew? Because crew is a little more important than cargo.
Yes, I mean cargo can be replaced, crew cannot, and so the level of scrutiny, the level of attention is, I don't know, order of magnitude greater. I mean, it was already high for cargo. I mean, but it's just a whole nother level for crew. So, I told the SpaceX team that this mission reliability is not merely the top priority, it is the only priority right now. Mm-hmm. So we're just doing continuous engineering reviews from now, nonstop, 24 hours a day until launch. Just going over everything again and again and again. And I was out at the pad just recently, just walking down the rocket. We've got a team that's just crawling over the rocket in the horizontal. Then we're going to rotate it vertical. Then we're going to crawl all over in the vertical. And we're just looking for any possible action that can improve the probability of success, no matter how small, whether that comes from an intern or me or anyone. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is just the beginning of, we're seeing a lot of new things come out between partnerships with SpaceX and NASA. I think
there's been a great partnership. Like I said, I love NASA. I literally had I love NASA as my password. Technically, it was I love NASA 9 exclamation mark. Because it would be too easy to guess otherwise.
Was the 9 because of 9 Merlin engines?
I think, yeah, it was.
Nice. So I want to know, you guys have dropped some surprises on us. Just in the past couple months, we have Dragon XL flying on Falcon Heavy for Gateway. I didn't see that coming at all. What is Dragon XL? What's its heritage? What is it?
Well, I think probably we want to limit this interview to what's happening tomorrow. Yeah. And then we talk about other stuff later. But I always love talking to you, so it's like, we do it, but we're going to stay.
We got to stay on. Okay.
Like when I said this is the only priority, this is the only priority. Nice. So other stuff is nice. This is the priority.
Yeah. What I will tell you, and I think this is important, this relationship between SpaceX and NASA has been sufficiently meaningful to where we are now looking at how we do all of our business models. And that includes how we're going to resupply the gateway. It includes how we're going to get to the surface of the moon. This business model has proven to be very effective, first on commercial resupply, now on commercial crew. I will let SpaceX and Elon Musk talk all day long about what the details entail, but obviously he's not ready to talk about that today. But I will tell you that the relationship has proven to be tremendously valuable, and that the business model has proven to be tremendously valuable.
Yeah, well, I mean, because NASA basically got a Falcon 9 and a Dragon capsule for initial investment of $400 million.
Right.
Yeah, nobody thought that would work, basically.
No.
I think, that, yeah.
That
yeah.
was, that's
that was not expected. That was like, I think at the time viewed as like a maverick thing that, you know, to basically, to some degree, at least by a lot of the conventional people was like, oh, let's just, you know, give those commercial guys some money to be quiet, and then, you know, then they can stop bugging us, basically.
Well, it was definitely a Hail Mary. Yeah, it was a Hail Mary. A commercial partner launching an orbital class rocket. I mean, rendezvousing with the International Space Station. It was already just this huge, long checklist of, okay, sure, yeah, you have to do that. Okay, they'll have to do that too. And now we're just seeing the next iteration of that. We're seeing it to the point of being, you know, replacing the shuttles, you know, importance of carrying humans on top of it. I mean, that's like the ultimate thing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the flag has been up there since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if all goes well, Dragon will recover the flag that was last placed there by the space shuttle 9 years ago.
Yeah. And Doug was on that mission, Doug Hurley. So did he actually put the flag up there? Like, it'd be pretty cool.
I'm not sure, but
it would be pretty cool.
I mean, there's a certain poetry to this whole thing. Yeah,
there really is. And same launch pad.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing's kind of coming full circle. So.
Wow. So do you guys get what is happening today? Just to be clear, everybody probably remembers the space shuttle program, and in 2011, it was abruptly stopped, and retired, and NASA since then hasn't had the capability to put an astronaut in space. So today is, and I'm going to have to check the status on the launch, the weather, and all that. But today is the first time that NASA, quote unquote, has the capability. And obviously it's SpaceX, but they're contracted to do this. So that is why this is significant to me in the scriptures, because there's a beast in the Bible that has 7 heads, and one of these heads suffered a deadly wound, and the deadly wound was healed, and it all has to do with a dragon. And I think that's just what this story is. And so what I guess basically, there are 6 governments that have full launch capability, and then there's SpaceX. So there are only 7, whatever you want to call them, organizations or whatever, entities that have this capability, and I think that's what the heads are. I think or the kings are, or whatever. I think that I think that we're witnessing something quite prophetic, I guess. So, here we go again.
So, what do you guys think as far as looking forward? I mean, we have next up already. You already have another crew launch on the docket. I mean, and it's been expanded from 3 people to 4. This mission's expanded from a 2-week mission to a month plus.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the final amount of time has been decided. Do you know what?
No, it's very flexible on the back end. I'll say that. So we want to make sure that Crew 1 is ready to go. We have a target date for that at the end of August. And between now and then, if Crew 1 is ready to go, Bob and Doug, we're going to bring them home. If we need to extend them a little bit, we'll extend them a little bit. We want to get as much out of the International Space Station as we can. And so that's what we intend to do. But the big 3 factors, when we think about the flexibility on the back end of this mission, the big 3 factors are the solar arrays, which for this mission have about a 114-day lifespan, although we will learn on orbit.
We'll exactly. There's a lot to be learned.
He's ahead of schedule.
They could last longer. We don't know yet. But we're assuming 114 days at this point.
We're switching for a second. Sorry, guys. SpaceX is live now, so hopefully my... Okay, it looks like it's catching up here.
Helping the crew
We're just
climb
gonna listen
inside. They're holding back the hatch seals to protect the seals on the hatch, but also making sure that the crew doesn't hit their head or anything on the way in. Even though they have helmets, we still don't want that to happen.
And you know, they climbed in a couple minutes earlier than we expected them to, but you know, Lauren, that, you know, SpaceX has rehearsed this over and over and over again with Bob and Doug, and you know, and I've heard them say, you know, well, we might be a little bit ahead of schedule if we're ready. It just gives them more time to check things out, you know.
Yeah. So right now, what the crew, the suit technicians are doing is they're strapping the crew's feet into these restraints that the boots sit inside of. They're going to close those 5-point harnesses around them. I know, Leland, you talked about some of the harnessing that you had in the past with the shuttle.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a more sleek design where there's one point to plug in to get cooling, communications, and everything. And you know, we had a 5-point harness. We, you know, had these hoses and things all over the place. But I think this is a much more streamlined look into the future of space travel.
And similar to what was going in the ONC building during the suit checkouts, that seat umbilical is going to connect to the right thigh of the spacesuit. There is a fluid module that is connected to the spacesuit, and that provides fresh cooling air and also nitrox for the leak checks that are going to come up later. But the audio system is also going through that umbilical. So while the crew is, or while the suit techs are getting the crew all buckled in, they're going to perform a comm check. And that's, again, similar to what was done at the ONC building, but this time the integrated two-way communications between the astronauts and the ground crew.
And we're going to head back to Hawthorne now, as we just saw Bob and Doug ingress Crew Dragon. Dan?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's incredible to see them inside the capsule. If you're just now tuning in, great timing. You're watching our coverage of the mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. Today, SpaceX and NASA are going to be sending people into orbit on a mission to the International Space Station for the first time from U.S. soil since 2011. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are those astronauts flying in Dragon. They're inside. That's Doug Hurley really close to our screen and Bob Behnken on the further seat away from us.
And they are getting ready to lift off from pad 39A, where Falcon 9 will lift off around or at 4:33 p.m. Eastern Time. They already ascended the tall structure next to the rocket, which is called the fixed service structure, and walked down the corridor known as the crew arm. And now they're already boarded inside of Dragon.
Yeah, right before they got in, we did see them pause for a moment and actually sign.
Welcome, James Richard. Good to see you. Gary's Arg. Good to see you. Girl in a Box 22. Good to see you. James, the camera's glitching. It partially, that is my software doing that. As I'm replaying it, it is choppy. So, what I'm watching on my screen is actually smoother than what you're seeing on your screen, just so you know. Because, yeah, I get your point.
In the wall, they were in the White Room. And the White Room is just literally that room at the end of the crew arm that has an opening into Dragon. It's the last place on planet Earth where Bob and Doug are standing before they get into Dragon for their ride to the space station.
And the term the White Room was first used during NASA Gemini missions, where the room right before entering into the spaceship was painted white. So we've continued the tradition with painting ours white as well, and also started a new tradition. If you just saw, they did sign the White Room wall, which is really, really awesome. It's a fairly small area that has room for the crew and a few ground support members to complete cargo load at T-minus 24 hours and crew ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes. And ingress is how we refer to the crew boarding Dragon.
And inside the White Room, there's also a movable platform that just gets extended out to the capsule just in order to bridge that gap between the crew arm and the Dragon side hatch, just allowing easy entry into Dragon. And as you might expect, the entire area is environmentally controlled just so the Dragon side hatch can be kept open while we're keeping all of that dust, dirt, Florida humidity out of the capsule, making sure it's pristine for the crew. There's also a big seal that's inflated and compressed against the capsule right now just to help maintain that clean environment.
The White Room also has lots of tools in order to open the side hatch, complete crew ingress as they're doing right now, and prepare for any contingency or emergency that may be encountered.
And so as we just heard from Lauren and Marie and the team, they're getting into this capsule now. They're getting their seats connected to their suits via that umbilical that's going to give them hardline connections into audio for their comm checks, which are going to be coming up shortly. And again, breathing gas and pressurized nitrox for those suit leak checks. So this will be the second time since getting suited up that they've done these leak checks. We're just kind of all about redundancy and constantly checking our systems as we continue to count down. But I mean, there they are. Right now, we're watching Bob and Doug getting into Dragon, getting strapped in. Before they connected their suits to the actual seats, they did something called a foreign object debris check, or a FOD check. And that just means that they actually get inspected for any substance or debris on their suit that could interfere with those systems on Dragon.
And to help protect against debris, the crew has covers on their boots as well as their umbilical port on their suits that need to be removed before they can ingress. So they've already removed those, and as you can see, they are getting strapped in. And once the FOD check is complete, our commander, Doug Hurley, entered first, and then Bob Benkin followed after him. And they're getting buckled in right now, as you can see on your screen, and attaching their umbilicals to their suits. The umbilicals allow the crew to have comms through their suit and air to help keep them cool, as well as delivers nitrox for suit pressurization. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization.
And just walking through the interior a little bit, there are 4 seats configured inside Dragon right now. They're numbered 1 to 4 from right to left when you're looking at the seats. So we've had a couple of camera views just from the hatchway, so in the White Room, if you're looking at that angle, you go from 1 to 4 right to left. Doug Hurley is in seat 2, or the commander seat. Bob Benkin is in seat 3, which is on Crew Dragon is the pilot seat. And then obviously nobody is in seats 1 and 4 today. Crew Dragon is designed to carry 4 astronauts on these future NASA missions, and we met 2 of the Crew 1 members and heard about their other 2 crew members a little bit earlier. Directly in front of both of our crew members today are 3 touchscreen displays that they're going to use.
We'll just let it play for a little while. I'm going to hang out with the chat. I noticed you guys are talking about dreams. Allie had a dream, girl in a box. I'm going to read that comment. It says, I had a dream the sky fell into the ocean like ice cubes falling into water. Only they were little squares and triangles falling, but it was the sky. It was evening time with the moon full. That's awesome. And you know what? Dreams, there's another, I think Majorola said she had a dream, if I remember right. That might have been a little bit further up. Thomas Morgan had a dream 4 nights ago. The sky was breaking and big fire objects were burning the earth. We was running on roofs and trees. 2 nights later, had a dream that Elon Musk had taken power over the earth due to what was happening. Wow, this is like not even a dream in my understanding. It's just you're just seeing ahead in time. And I had a dream. Oh, that's what it was. Majorola, yes, it was Majorola. I gotta find that. She had a dream about New Jerusalem, and I did too. And so I was gonna read her comment if I can find it. I think I went too far. Let's see. Jessica Vickery, good to have you. I can't find it now. Oh, here it is. Or no, that was Allie's again. Sorry. I guess maybe I can't find it, but she said that New Jerusalem was coming down in her dream, and it was beautiful. But I wish I found that comment. I must be way up there. Whoops. Where are we? Let's see. It's worth me finding it to read it. Because when I read it, I was like, I'm gonna read that out loud. And you know how the chat is really weird when you're live streaming. It wants to jump around, and it's like not easy to navigate the chat while live streaming. Where did that go? Hey, Majorola, if you're still here. Oh, wait, here it is. I found it. Interesting, Thomas Morgan. In December, I had a vision of New Jerusalem coming down. It was so loud and beautiful, magnificent, so incredible. It was so real. All the colors, etc. I know it is real. And when you said that last part, I know it is real, I know exactly the feeling that you have about it being real. I went there. I went to New Jerusalem in a dream. I was actually laying in my bed. So I was in my bed, but I went to New Jerusalem in a dream. And Jesus was there, and they were getting ready for a party because he was getting married. And a lot happened in that dream. And I was actually doing drywall on some of the part of the city. It's a real place, and it's up in the clouds. I went there. But, of course, that's a dream. But let me just read something out in the book of Joel. Where is it? Chapter 2, verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else, and my people shall never be ashamed. And it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions, and also upon the servants and upon the handmaids in those days will I pour out my spirit. And I will show wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood and fire and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness. Remember that word we're talking about, darkness? We're talking about that a lot. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the great and terrible day of the Lord come. And it shall come to pass that, listen to this, you guys. So this is for now. So if you're a person that has any kind of like concern for the things that are coming on this world, don't take your chances. Because listen what it says. It shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Lord has said, and in the remnant whom the Lord shall call. We're living in a, like, I can't even put it to words, the importance of the times we're living in, and the importance of the truth, and the importance of realizing that the idea of Christianity or whatever, we all, and I mean every one of us, had the wrong idea. And when Jesus sent his Spirit to guide us into the truth, he's also preaching a gospel that saves. And I know people are like, flat earth can't save you. Well, guess what? That's a human being that lives in 2020 speaking that out of their own heart. Because there's several places in the Bible where it's prophesied that the 6-day creation would be preached before the end. Jesus himself said, and this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world unto all nations as a witness, and then shall the end come. And one of the reasons why this is so important is something that Paul said about this time. He said in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, he said, Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and by our gathering together unto him. So that's the context, is what Paul's saying. He's saying the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and we're gathering together unto him. He's saying, let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Think Elon Musk, people. Where's the temple of God? It's up in the sky. Where do they send rockets? Up in the sky. So listen to what it says, though, about this truth that comes into the world. Listen to this. And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. This is why we have flat earthers screaming as loud as they can to everyone they know that we've been believing a lie in this world. We were born believing a lie. To us, it is not a lie. It's normal. It's reality. But this is something that I would hope people that are able to check this out will listen to, not to me, because honestly I don't have anything that of value to share. I don't. But what I've learned in the Bible, that is what I have that's of value, and it's written already. It was written a long time ago, and I believe he's opened the scriptures to our understanding, and it's because we're in this time. I mean, look at your screen. These guys are sitting in a Dragon capsule that's about to, well, let me read a verse for you. In Revelation 13, I'll just read a couple verses here and listen to the words very carefully. Like, don't interpret, because words already have meanings, and we all know how to speak language, and so these words really, oh, is it fluttering? I saw Thomas Morgan said something. Amen, Jessica Vickery. Flat Earth is the truth. The truth saves you. And you know what? It's not for us to decide what the truth is. There's a lot of people that do believe Flat Earth, but they say, "Oh, Flat Earth is just the truth," and following Torah is what the truth is, or something. And I have to say, no, there's only been one thing that deceived the whole world, and it's not the Roman Catholic Church. It's not the Pope. And people argue with this all the time with me. But I have the Word on my side. The Word of God on my side. It says that the dragon deceived the whole world. And so keep in mind that on your screen is the SpaceX Dragon capsule with 2 astronauts in it. And I'm going to read this. Revelation 13, verses 11 through 13. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. Okay, I'm just stop there. Could it be said that these two are planning on going up out of the earth? I think it could. And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. Lots of coincidences happening here, huh? And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Whose deadly wound was healed. Just think about that. I was talking about NASA losing the capability to send an astronaut to space for 9 years. today, this launch, if they're successful, that ability or that capability is going to be what I would call healed if it was a deadly wound. And trust me, NASA, every time they, get down on their hands and knees and beg Putin to sell them a seat on the Russian Soyuz for the last 9 years, it's a deadly wound. Trust me. It's an embarrassment as far as the whole space race idea and all that. Russia brings all the astronauts to the space station, okay? Not America, not NASA, Russia. For 9 years. So that's what I'm talking about, the deadly wound. But verse 13, and he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. John wrote this 2,000 years ago, and there was no such thing as a rocket that landed. Now, for 60 years, we've had rockets that go up, so that verse wouldn't really fit. Maybe a little, because I suppose the thrust actually goes down, so the flames are going down towards the earth. But the way that this is worded, he goes up out of the earth, and then he comes back down and makes fire come back down. The context of that's those 3 verses. So, for the first time ever in history of the world, or since John wrote this book, there's all of a sudden a rocket that is literally making fire come down from heaven onto the earth and in the sight of men too. And we're going to be actually watching this today when they launch. We'll watch the 2-stage Falcon 9 booster. We'll watch the booster stage come back down and attempt to land, literally using fire to arrest its velocity. So it's not something to interpret. It's just straight out. It's the testimony of of John. So, and actually, the book of Revelation is the testimony of Jesus Christ from heaven. That's very important too. Okay, so let's see here. Scripture isn't meant to be used to prove flat earth. Scripture, I'm reading Anthony Dickinson's comment. Scripture is meant to prove it is the word of God. Flat earth proves Scripture to be truth. That's a good way to put it. I agree. Yes, Thomas Morgan says Enoch, John, and Daniel nailed it 100. Yeah, you know what? There's this thing in my mind where I'm like, as soon as, if ever possible that I get to, meet them guys or whatever you'd call it, then I'm going to tell them how impressed I am. How impressed I am that just like they couldn't have done any more perfect of description to help us understand what they were seeing. I mean, they thought these things were alive, I think. That's why they were calling them beasts. But they were watching them all be lifted up from the earth and going up to the stars. And this is something that gets missed in all the churches. We might go visit my Facebook just to show you some of the thinking that other people have about these subjects. And they're incomplete sometimes. But let's see here. All right, we'll just listen to volume for a minute here.
Mars, what kinds of things does the whole team have to do in order to prepare to launch a rocket?
Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go back to the Tim Dodd interview and finish that. There was only maybe 5 minutes left of that, I think, if I can find it. I think it's... Where is it? Right here, maybe? I think this should be it. All right.
And then, of course, the weather and the readiness of Crew 1. And I think if all goes well, I've been really clear with everybody on the NASA side, our #1 priority is to get this thing tested and to get Bob and Doug home safely.
Absolutely.
That's the highest priority.
Yes.
I would also like to say, you mentioned that this is the replacement for the shuttle. I really think that's a gross understatement. We are transforming in a very historical nature how we access space in general, where NASA is a customer, one customer of many. And we expect SpaceX, as you know, to go get lots of customers that are not us. And that's going to drive down our costs. And we want to have not just SpaceX.
Thomas Morgan got me to be looking something up in my Bible, or I might try to quote it without looking it up. He says, the believers can't see it because they're spiritually blind. They doubt the Word of God. And although I agree, I mean, I think we all actually are challenged by doubt or whatever. But Jesus said something. I don't remember where it is. Maybe I'll get lucky and turn right to it. I want to say it's in like Luke chapter 5, 6. Let me see here. Jesus speaks to that exact thing, Thomas. And I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, probably, but about the mystery of the kingdom of God or whatever. For you, or let's see here, where is that? It's worth looking up. And maybe it's in Mark. I might have the totally wrong book. I never can remember some things in the Gospels. There's so much in the Gospels to remember. Well, it might be right here somewhere. Where is it? It starts out like, for to you it is given to know, or to them it is not given. Do you know what I'm talking about? Oh, here we are. I found it. Luke chapter 10. Okay, I'm going to start in verse 21. I'll start in verse 19. You know, we were talking about unclean spirits and stuff. Okay. 18, I guess. Sorry. 10 verse 18. Luke 10 verse 18. And he said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. Notwithstanding, in this rejoice not, that the spirits are subject unto you, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. In that hour Jesus rejoiced in spirit and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, that thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and has revealed them unto babes. Even so, Father, for so it seemed good in thy sight. All things are delivered to me of my Father, and no man knoweth who the Son is but the Father, and who the Father is but the Son, and he to whom the Son will reveal him. And he turned him unto his disciples and said privately, Blessed are the eyes which see the things that ye see, for I tell you that many prophets and kings have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them. And I guess that's not the version, or not the one I was looking for. I bet you it was in Mark, but he says, for it is given unto you. Where is that? I better look it up. Let me just give me just a second. We're gonna do that. We'll just do the Google thing. For it is given you. Oh, there we go. That's a good way to find a verse, is just start typing what you know of it into the Google, and it'll usually, you can find it right away if your internet's working. Okay, there we go. Matthew 13. I should have known that. I knew that. Okay. Let's see. I'll just read it out of my Bible. Whoop. I was going to just read it out of my Bible. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Okay. This is the parable of the sower. I think I'm going to read the whole thing really quick here. Maybe not the whole thing. I'll give you the we'll go back to this. Actually, we're going to pause this. We're going to go back to the live just so we don't miss anything. Ooh, we're going to refresh that. There's 500,000 people watching almost on SpaceX. I'll probably just hit the volume unless it's already off.
One at SpaceX. This is not something that I ever thought would actually happen. So when starting SpaceX in 2002, I really did not think this day would occur. I expected 90% chance we'd fail to even get to low Earth orbit with a small rocket.
All right, that probably could be useful to listen to, but this will be better. Okay. Matthew chapter 13. The same day went Jesus out of the house and sat by the seaside, and great multitudes were gathered together unto him, so that he went into a ship and sat, and the whole multitude stood on the shore. And he spake many things unto them in parables, saying, Behold, a sower went forth to sow, and when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up. Some fell upon stony places where they had not much earth, and forthwith they sprung up, because they had no deepness of earth. And when the sun was up, they were scorched, and because they had no root, they withered away. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them. But other fell into good ground, and brought forth fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, some 30-fold. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away even that he hath. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which saith, By hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. For verily I say unto you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them. Hear ye therefore the parable of the sower. When any one heareth the word of the kingdom, and understandeth it not, then cometh the wicked one, and catcheth away that which was sown in his heart. This is he which received seed by the wayside. But he that received the seed into stony places, the same is he that heareth the word, and anon with joy receiveth it, yet hath he not root in himself, but dureth for a while. For when tribulation or persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended. He also that receives seed among the thorns is he that heareth the word, and the care of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and he becometh unfruitful. But he that receiveth seed into the good ground is he that heareth the word and understandeth it, which also beareth fruit and bringeth forth some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. So that's about all I was going to read on that. So back to Elon for a minute here. I know I'm skipping around everywhere, sorry.
Flights. So one of the things I think that's very helpful about this flight, about what we're about to do, is that the rocket has flown many times. Mm-hmm. In fact, even in this, essentially this configuration, it's flown about 20 times. Mm. So that means we really have, and I don't want to tempt fate, but a well-proven rocket. And we've flown Crew Dragon to the space station once successfully and brought it back. We've done a tremendous amount of testing on the ground, and when we do the testing on the ground, you always push the limits. Mm-hmm. So you want to try, you push it way beyond what you'd expect in flight. So sometimes you'd break it because you kind of want to break it on the ground during testing to see what the limits are. So this is a result, like I said, of thousands of tests, of thousands of design hours, and a tremendous number of smart people working incredibly hard to make this day happen.
And you've got 2 astronauts on board now.
Yes.
Do you feel that responsibility?
Yes, absolutely. I felt it, I think, most strongly when I saw their family just before coming here.
And did you say anything that you can share?
So we've done everything we can to make sure your dad's come back okay.
Thanks for sharing that with us. Jim, you had some words with the astronauts. What was your take on how they were feeling?
I will tell you, Doug Hurley, Marine Corps test pilot, of course, veteran of multiple space shuttle missions. Bob Benkin, flight test engineer, United States Air Force, again, veteran of multiple space shuttle missions. This is not new to these guys. All I could do is convey to them how much all of America appreciates what they're doing, that the entire world is watching, and just how grateful we are as a nation. And I will tell you, their demeanor is loose. They are ready to go. They were joking around. They were talking about what they had for breakfast and how it might come up later. It was
steak and eggs. Yeah,
right,
I saw that. Yeah.
Right. So it was nice to see. They are in their element, and we are just so grateful and proud of them.
Well, that's good to hear. That gives you great confidence, I'm sure, in your positions as you hear that. We're going to go to a social media question, and we've got this question coming from Brooklyn. And she wants to know, I noticed some changes in the crew spacesuits. They look much thinner and lighter. What changes in the space capsule allow to have these futuristic suits?
Well, we spent a lot of time designing the spacesuit. I personally spent a lot of time on the spacesuits. It took us 3, almost 4 years to design suits that both look good and work well. So you can see a spacesuit in the movie, looks good, doesn't work. and then you can make a spacesuit that works but then doesn't look good. Because fundamentally it's a pressure suit that's got to survive in vacuum.
Right.
So so it tends to puff up, when it's under pressure, and it's got to handle all that pressure. So it took us many iterations to get the suit to. We really wanted to look great. Fundamentally, what it's about is like we want to inspire kids to say that one day they want to wear that uniform, they want to wear that spacesuit, and get them fired up about I want to be an astronaut. I want to work on aerospace engineering. I want to advance space flight. And I think what today is about is reigniting the dream of space, and getting people fired up about the future and excited. It's just one of those things that I think everyone. From all walks of life, from all parts of the political spectrum, in the United States and elsewhere, should be really excited that this is a thing that is made by humans, for humans, and it's just a great, exciting, inspiring day, and it's one of those, like I said, one of those things that makes you glad to wake up in the morning.
Yeah. Blasphemy.
Yeah. Functional and inspiring. And there's one on a model right over there, and you got me so excited. I might run over there and put that thing on, Elon.
Yeah. They're custom tailored, by the way.
I
think you won't fit in that one, but we could make one that you would fit in.
Well, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Hey, welcome, Truth Matters. Good to see you. Truth Matters says, where are they going? And I was kind of talking about that a little bit earlier. Jesus said that no man hath ascended up to heaven but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven. So my belief is that they aren't going to heaven. I believe that they're literally going to darkness. And if you think about it, what are they planning on doing on the space station? They're free falling in zero gravity. They're free falling. They believe it's around a globe. But I believe that they're just they're visiting Sheol, and they're in a bottomless pit of darkness, of the abyss, and that's why they're free falling, because they're just sinking into Sheol a little bit early, which is really sad to even say that idea. And like I was thinking a minute ago, these astronauts. Pray for these guys because these are just guys that are deceived. These are not deceivers. These are deceived men. And like what Jesus said on the cross, forgive them, Father. They don't know what they're doing. So
I'll tell you what I told Elon just yesterday, and that is this. People ask me about Tom Cruise all the time now, and the answer is yes. We would love Tom Cruise to fly to the International Space Station and make a movie. I'm all for that, and we're going to do what we can to make that happen. But you should know this. There was a day when I was in elementary school and I saw the movie Top Gun. And from that day, I knew that I was going to be a Navy pilot. It's just the way it was. The goal here, and this is what we're doing today.
Exactly.
And Elon is all about this.
Get the kids fired up about wanting to wear that spacesuit.
That's exactly
wanting to fly that, go to orbit, go to the moon, go to Mars, reigniting the dream of space, and just getting, people of all walks of life, young, old, excited about the future. Excited. I think anyone who has within them the spirit of exploration should love what's going on today.
And if we can.
That spirit of exploration is the angel of the bottomless pit, just so everybody knows, the spirit of Apollo. It's the angel of the bottomless pit. So don't listen to Elon. Spirit of exploration, that is not a good spirit, okay?
Speaking of this inspiration piece, it's not by chance that we have the Secretary of Education of the United States of America here. This is all about the next generation. If we have great success in our generation, it's not enough. It has to continue. The challenge with the Apollo program is that it ended. What we're doing now is sustainable, and that's why we have the public-private partnerships and commercial capabilities that are coming online.
Very good. And the good news for Tom Cruise is he does a lot of his own stunts.
Yeah.
So in
Absolutely.
zero gravity, he should get hurt a lot less.
I think it's going to be super cool.
Yeah.
And as Joe said, it's like this is going to, you want to capture the public imagination, have them see cool things happening in real orbit, real space stations. It's like, I think I'd want to watch that movie.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, you think it was like this is really just the beginning, because we want to go from low Earth orbit. We want to go back to the moon, and the moon to stay. Have a moon base like Moon Base Alpha, and have build a city on Mars and be a spacefaring civilization out there among the stars. This is a super exciting future that I think that's the kind of thing where you're like, can't wait for it to happen.
If you can't get excited after listening to you guys, I'd say you need to have your pulse checked.
Yeah.
Elon Musk, SpaceX CEO and Chief Engineer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim Bridenstine, we appreciate you leading NASA in this time, Administrator for the agency. And we're going to send it back to Marie.
All right, thanks a lot, Daryl. We saw in the meantime, while that interview was going on, the hatch actually closed. So that happened a few minutes earlier than we expected to. Our timeline has that happening at T-minus an hour and 55 minutes. So a few minutes ahead of schedule right now with hatch close. And you can see the pad teams there just working on things now.
Yeah, right now it looks like what they're doing is, what are they doing? So they perform a leak check. There's a mechanism there called a side hatch mechanism. That is what actually closes the hatch and seals it. And what we'll do is perform a leak check on that for a few minutes to make sure that that's nice and tight, that those O-rings are sealed really, really well. And after that, we will install the, you can see the leak check ground support equipment there in the technician's hands there.
And while we're watching this, Leland, I mean, we just heard them talk a lot about inspiring the next generation. And you're a man of many talents. I know after your flights yourself, you used to head the head of NASA education. I mean, what did that stir up in you?
Marie, what Elon said about reigniting the dream of space is so important, that we get our young kids thinking about themselves being in these seats. And
Yep. Living sacrifices. Giving your children for living sacrifice to these false gods that we worship. Our world worships these 7 planets. And people say, no, we don't. And I would say, well, $400 billion a year in this world, or this year, is going straight to those gods, those false gods. That's what this whole effort is, to go to Mars and to go into space. Okay, it's blasphemy of God's tabernacle and those who dwell in heaven. And one thing Elon Musk said, he just couldn't think of anything more exciting than going out and living among being among the stars. Well, Obadiah 1 verse 4. Actually, I'll start in verse 3. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. It's very important to hear what these people are saying. It's just, I mean, like I said a minute ago, they don't know what they're doing. And it's like, that's a feeling that you can't really relate to. I can't really relate to that feeling. Like, these people are people the same as you and I. They have a heart, they have a soul, and they're being deceived. And they're being deceived and doing very bad things. And keep in mind, the sky will roll back like a scroll one day, and it's this kind of activity that's going to make that happen.
Panels. When they're not in their suits, there's actually speakers that are coming off of the control panel that allow them to hear mission control, hear the core, hear ISS, when they're not in their suits, where the audio systems are integrated into that.
And we see them using the touch screens now. Leland, what's your take on this? Because this has got to look totally different from what you were looking at during shuttle.
Touch screens. I mean, we had these displays and these buttons, and it was one of those moments when I'm looking at this now, when I had knee boards that had procedures and things on there, and the procedures are now all run in that middle screen.
Welcome, Cody Cutta. Yes, they're going up to war against God, and they don't even realize it. Like, they're wicked in their hearts because this world, and because Satan has a dominion here. And yeah, it's like intimidating to even watch this, and it's also intimidating to know that none of the saints or none of the Christians really comprehend what's happening here. Very few do. They're like, no, we're exploring space. This is good. I'm like Anthony Dickens said, I think it's the new Tower of Babel, and it is. It couldn't be said any better than that. It's like the Tower of Babel 2.
And that is currently eroding.
That's good news. Thank you.
Copy. And then one additional item, the Cabo, the orbit site, remains as briefed, so no change there. But I do want to make you aware that that is slightly west of Cabo for go weather. So you just want to target the longitude if needed.
Cody Cutta, I like what you said there. I have family who claim to be Christians but do not get this, and it's sad. And you know what? I've learned that the reason why you are able to see that we're in an enclosed system, that you're able to see that there's a firmament that divides the waters from the waters, you're able to see that so that you can be a witness testimony, because I know you're sure in your heart and you know what you see and you know something you didn't know before. And I'm just using you for an example because Jesus talked about it. He said that let me go to Acts. This is another place in Acts. Right at the beginning, it was the last thing that Jesus said before he ascended into heaven, and it's quite awesome. He said, okay, let's see here. Where do I want to start? Okay, I'll just start in verse 3. To whom also he showed himself alive after his passion by many infallible proofs, being seen of them 40 days, and speaking of the things pertaining to the kingdom of God. That's talking about Jesus. And being assembled together with them, commanded them that they should not depart from Jerusalem, but, and then this is red letters here, wait for the promise of the Father, which saith he, ye have heard of me. For John truly baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Ghost not many days hence. When they therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? And he said unto them, It is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power, but ye shall receive power. After that the Holy Ghost is come upon you. Now listen to this, guys. And ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost part of the earth. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven as he went up, behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. What are these guys doing in this rocket launch? Do you even understand what's happening? Like I understand what's happening, but I still can't comprehend the weight of this. It's crazy.
On countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, Dragon, loud and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1, comm check.
Bala, Dragon has you loud and clear.
Chief engineer, loud and clear. This completes the F9 responsible engineer comm checks. Dragon, chief engineer on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead, sir.
I was just doing a comm check on this loop. Good luck, guys, and buckle in.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah, that ain't gonna do you any good. Next, or I don't know if it's next, but one of the next things that's gonna happen is they're actually gonna arm the launch abort system before they do all the fueling and everything, which is crazy. These guys are sitting on top of a ticking time bomb, and it like, this is the precautions that they take in these systems to make it safe for astronauts, and it's kind of like, it's pretty advanced. Okay, the rocket will be sitting there, and once they arm that abort system, if they're fueling and something happened and there's an explosion, that little I almost said devil, Dragon capsule will literally launch off of the top of the rocket while the rocket's still standing, or if it blew up, that little capsule is still going to launch and escape the explosion, and these guys will be just fine. Pretty amazing. But once they arm that, like, it's got to be pretty intense inside of that capsule, because at any second they could just be thrust into the air if there was an issue, if there was a problem. So there was something else I was going to say, but I don't remember what it was, so I'll just zip my lip for a minute.
They should be completing the hatch leak check. That's, you sort of pressurize that area between, there's 2 O-rings that are there, and we want to pressurize that area, see if it holds pressure. It's a very, very sensitive test, very high criteria for passing, and so once that leak check is shown to be okay, and that the capsule, or that those O-rings are able to hold pressure.
In the chat there, I see you guys talk about pastors, preachers, whatever. I have a couple videos in my folder here that actually I have more than a couple. I have tons of videos of pastors basically preaching against the Word of God, and they don't realize it, but they are saying the opposite thing that the Word of God says. And so we'll be playing them a little bit too, because that all comes into this same big story. So
that side hatch access panel with the TPS panel, or thermal protection system panel, close it up, and that'll make sure it stays safe on ascent.
And now obviously we're looking at a view from the outside, the top of Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon.
We can confirm a good side hatch leak check.
Dragon copies, good leak check.
And we just heard confirmation of a good leak check. If you're just joining us, you're looking at the Falcon 9 rocket with Crew Dragon sitting on top. Inside that capsule on top are NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. And we are inside of 2 hours until liftoff, if the weather holds up. There's another stunning aerial view of the crew access arm extended out towards Crew Dragon. That is the final path that the astronauts took to climb aboard Dragon before they strapped into their seats and the hatch closed. And no doubt Bob and Doug are focused on the mission ahead, but you know, we also heard the administrator and Elon Musk talking about how they've been kind of jovial and joking around. And Leland, you kind of mentioned to me during that segment that that's really important.
It really is, Marie. When we were in the vehicle, after we got to this point when the hatch was closed, we were all going back to those moments of our training, you know, when we were going through, you know, ascent and entry training on the shuttle and just different phases of flight that we would be going through. And we would think about some of our instructors who got us there. You know, in our crew notebooks, we would have names of people that were very impactful in making sure that we were perfect in our training. And
ooh, look who's there!
And that looks like a view of Air Force One.
Wow! Told you guys it was a big deal.
Flying near Launch Pad 39A for a special guest to have a special view of the astronauts on the launch pad.
Got a comment
Trump,
for SKS.
on board,
Welcome,
making
by
his
the way.
way to Kennedy Space Center to hopefully view a launch at 4:33
It's not quite that simple. We're not struggling against flesh and blood. We're struggling against the rulers of the darkness of this world, and space.
And there
is
they are
the
in view of the
darkness
launch
this
pad.
world.
So no doubt he's looking at the window.
Looking
out the window at Bob and Doug on the pad. That's got to be an amazing sight to see from on board Air Force One.
Can't even believe they're flying right there. I suppose he's the president. He can kind of fly wherever he wants, I guess.
And we are at T-minus 1 hour, 46 minutes, 22 seconds, and counting from launch.
Sweet. That gives us time to watch some videos. Let's do that. We'll come back to all this. It appears that they're going to launch. I guess, you know, it looks like it's maybe raining a little or something, but I don't know. They wouldn't have, obviously they have to go through to lock the guys in there and do all these procedures if they're going to launch. Even if it gets scrubbed, they still have to do all this. And then they have to get the guys out of there if they scrub it or whatever. But, hey, Flint's Original, Coffee House, and Claudia Linnell. Good to see you guys. And Zach Diorazio, sorry. And Anthony Dickinson says nobody died in the Challenger disaster. I 100% disagree, but that's my take on that. See, and that's the thing too, is that I know Anthony Dickinson, and he's a good brother. And I know that I can say that to Anthony. I'm like, yeah, I disagree. But what does that mean between me and Anthony? Nothing. Just means that he thinks one thing, I think another thing. Doesn't matter. We're friends. We're brothers. So that's how more people should be, I think. Able to differ in opinions and in beliefs and still be able to communicate and have fun communicating and learning and whatever. So, do you guys want to watch Pastor Lawson? I think we got to watch Pastor Lawson. Let me pull up the video here before I have so many good videos here to watch. Good ones, good ones, good ones. You guys will like it.
The earth is spinning, and it gives us the seasons.
Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable, that it be not moved, that it be not moved.
The earth is spinning, and it gives us the seasons.
Who laid the foundations of the earth, that it should not be removed forever, that it should not be removed forever.
Getting deep into the actual, movement of the earth.
The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved.
Movement of the earth as it related to the stars and to the sun. There's an odd thing that takes place on this earth. You know that one spin of the earth is a 24 hours, okay? That's one day.
In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof.
If it's spun on a perfect vertical axis, then nothing would change as far as the relationship of the stars to the earth, but it doesn't. It wobbles.
For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them.
And it takes it 25,000 and something years to make one wobble. It takes it one day to make one turn. The earth is spinning, and it gives us the seasons. Now this wobble is what we call the precession of the equinoxes. No man's lived long enough to observe this. No man's lived long enough to observe this. The stars change position in the heavens ever so slowly.
Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved.
And what we have here is that the earth is turning back against the stars, but it's spinning in the other direction for the day. So it's spinning in two different directions. All right, and it's not spinning in two different directions. It's spinning in one direction, but as it spins, it wobbles.
The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved.
The North Star has changed over time, and it has changed down through time because of the wobbling of the earth.
That it should not be removed forever.
When you take a position where you absolutely and dogmatically state, well, if you don't believe this, you're not a believer. Yes, I am a believer.
If I have told you earthly things, and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things?
The earth is spinning.
The world also is established, that it cannot be moved.
And it offends me to my soul for somebody to tell me, because I don't believe in a flat earth, that I'm not a believer.
But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will scourge you in their synagogues.
You're welcome. You're welcome to come. I want to say that one more time. You are welcome to come to Temple Baptist Church if you believe in a flat earth. Just don't try to evangelize people.
But take heed to yourselves, for they shall deliver you up to councils, and in the synagogues ye shall be beaten, and ye shall be brought before rulers and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them.
But I'll tell you right now, folks, if you believe in a flat earth, these people out here are laughing their head off at you.
If the world hate you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you.
They are laughing their head off at you.
And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth.
It shouldn't have to happen. A Johnny-come-lately trumped up something that came out of the cracks, and all of a sudden it's the rage.
If ye were of the world would love his own. But because ye are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you.
Hey, I just saw an opportunity to maybe share something that I believe. In the chat, Truth Matters said, these kind of preachers deserve a punch in the face. And I do understand the I don't know what the right word is. I do understand what you're saying. But Thomas Morgan makes a great point in response to that. He says, No, he doesn't. Truth matters. He loves Jesus. He's just deceived. Let the Father make judgment. And I totally agree with that. And I want to separate out I think you can learn something that I learned, and it's very clear. And learn it from Jesus. I'm saying he's going to teach us this. He taught this to me about Pastor Lawson and this type of. Okay, Pastor Lawson is deceived. He was born into a deceived world, and he's remaining deceived in this moment. Okay, and that's why I make a video like this that kind of shows he's saying something that's the opposite of the Bible. Okay. And I'm not doing that to attack him, not because I'm mad at him. I'm doing that because we're called to open the eyes of the blind. Where is that? That's in Isaiah. Let me read that verse first. That's important. I can't remember. Isaiah 42, 6 through 7. See, the thing that we are doing, and a lot of people don't believe what I'm about to say, but a lot of people know it. Some of us were called, and this is not of us. This is not our choice. This is not something we planned on. This is not something we ever thought about. This is something we've found ourselves in a certain position, okay? And it's a righteous position according to the Bible and according to God. And I know some of you totally disagree with that, but let me just make a point here. Isaiah 42, verse 6 says this: I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. Behold, the former things are come to pass, and new things do I declare. For they spring forth, before they spring forth, I tell you of them. Sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise from the end of the earth, ye that go down to the sea, and all that is therein, the isles and the inhabitants thereof. And then I want to skip down to verse 16. Listen to this. And I will bring the blind by a way that they knew not. I will lead them in paths that they have not known. I will make darkness light before them, and crooked things straight. These things will I do unto them, and not forsake them. They shall be turned back, they shall be greatly ashamed, that trust in graven images, that say to the molten images, ye are our gods. I'm just going to compare that. What do we call the planets? What are their names? Who's Jupiter? Who's Saturn? Who's Mars? False gods. They're named after deities, okay? False deities, fallen angels, basically. Hear ye deaf, and look ye blind, that ye may see. We live in a time that is amazing, and you can have your eyes opened. And like I said a little while ago, the truth will set you free. It will set you free of this world. And there's nothing that compares to that as far as experiencing. It's pretty amazing to think about that, 95% of the communication, especially on the internet, that you get being a flat earther is negative, demeaning, every kind of negative thing that a person could say to you. Every name they could call you, everything you could imagine is what you get every day, all day. Yet, what happens? I'm not good. I can't change that. I can't change what the truth is, and I know the truth. I see the truth. So I'm going to be telling you every day that I can about what I'm seeing. That's because I believe I was made into a witness. Now, that's why I started talking about the chat, because Truth Matters had mentioned, seemed like a little bit upset in a way where he should get punched in the face, this Pastor Lawson, for what he's saying. But Thomas brings up a great point. He says he's deceived. And what does God want? He wants that everybody repents and turns to him. And of course, Pastor Lawson, at the moment, he thinks he has repented. He thinks he is turned to God, but he's still facing the sun, worshiping the sun. That's an abomination that Ezekiel saw in chapter 8, I think, in Ezekiel. The Lord said, do you see the abominations that they do here? And Ezekiel was up in the temple of God. He was in New Jerusalem. And there was 25 men standing there in the doorway or something, or the entrance, and they weren't even like facing God, or they were facing to the east, worshiping the sun. And God said that it was an abomination that they did there. So heliocentrism, I would be very cautious. Actually, I wouldn't actually be cautious. I would run. I would turn and never look back and run. Run towards the truth. Run towards the truth. But the reason why it's important, I think, is because I can use this as an example to show how Jesus, in this case, like I'm just making a little story, but I'm going to read you the scripture in John 17 of something that Jesus prayed for. Jesus prayed for Pastor Lawson specifically in this story that we're living out, and he prayed for Truth Matters and Thomas Morgan and that group of people too. He prayed for two specific groups of people. And then actually he kind of said it again with Thomas, when Thomas hadn't seen him yet, and Thomas didn't believe until he was going to put his hand in the holes in his hands or whatever, and thrust his hand in his side, because he wouldn't believe that he was raised from the dead. And Jesus said, "Blessed is he who believes without seeing." So what I'm saying is that if I have a witness testimony, the purpose of me having that witness testimony is not because I'm special. It's not because of anything. It's not because I see the truth and other people don't. It's so that Pastor Lawson repents and turns away from what we all know to be evil and a lie. The globe and space. Okay, this is all Satan's gig. It's his gig for the end times. But let me read those verses. Let me read what Jesus was praying about, and you guys will understand what I mean. He clearly prays for two specific groups of people. And this is like, probably, like, I don't know. I think a lot of people understand this stuff, but if you don't, I hope you take this to heart, because it's real, and this is real. And yeah, the Bible's just a book, but it's alive. Because I know that when you read the red letters, that's not Jesus saying it in the past, or it is, but it's Jesus saying it right now. So I would try to hear it like he's saying it to you right now, and that's the way I'm hearing it. I'm just going to read a few verses in chapter 17 of the book of John. And this is when Jesus was, I'll read the first verse. "These words spake Jesus, and lifted his eyes to heaven, and said, Father, the hour is come, glorify thy Son, that thy Son also may glorify thee." Verse 6, "I have manifested thy name unto the men which thou gavest me out of the world. Thine they were, and thou gavest them me, and they have kept thy word. Now they have known that all things whatsoever thou hast given me are of thee. For I have given unto them the words which thou gavest me, and they have received them, and have known surely that I came out from thee, and they have believed that thou didst send me." I'm going to use, I forgot what the name was. It was Kitty or Cuddy, or I can't remember, I'm sorry. I'm using them for an example right here. Because they know. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll up. Oh yeah, Cody Kutta. Was very determined. He made a single creation and everything in it. It's obvious in the text and in life. Let's see here. I'm just trying to. There was a few comments that were really good. When God would come back to defeat the devil. Okay. They're doing nothing different than the Tower of Babel. They're just using engines, and that's so exactly right. I'm gonna, let's see here. Still working on it, guys. But there we are. Okay. It's like a snow globe. Glass barrier he put in place. We're in an enclosed system. How does Cody Kutta know this? It's because God showed it to him. Or her. I don't know. It's because God showed it to her. And I'm going to read that verse again. For I have given unto them the words which thou gavest me. This is Jesus praying to his Father in heaven. Okay? They have received them and have known surely. Okay? Cody Kutta knows surely that I came out from thee, and they have believed that thou didst send me. Jesus is the Word of God. That's what's happening. But continuing, I'm trying to not lose the point where I was going, because it's really important. He prayed for every single one of us, whether we see something a certain way, or whether we can discern it, even if we can't see it. You can believe it. You can have faith in the truth because it's written in the Word of God. It's written on these pages, like when. In this Pastor Lawson video, when it says the world is established that it be not moved, and all he can talk about is the movement of the earth. If Pastor Lawson watched this video where I clearly point out that he's just going the opposite, I think it could maybe convict him, and he might be like, "Whoa, I think I can see what I believe the earth is spinning, but it's not because I know he believes the Bible. I know he believes the Word of God." So, but here's what Jesus says, he's praying this. I have given them thy word, this is verse 14. I've given them thy word, and the world hath hated them, because they are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. Okay, this is the first group that he's talking about, or that he's praying for. They are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. Sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. This is the same group he's talking about. Sanctify them, as thou hast sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. So there's a group of men that Jesus was given from the Father, and he sent them into the world. Okay? He sent them into the world. And it says here, and for their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also might be sanctified through the truth. Now listen to this. This is the verse right here. Neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word. That's Pastor Lawson. He's praying for Pastor Lawson right there. And he's praying that Pastor Lawson will believe on him through the word to the men that he gave his word to, and they have received it, and he sent them out into the world. That's what I'm saying. If that makes sense, I hope it makes sense. I'll read those verses again. Verse 14. I have given them thy word, and the world hath hated them, because they are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. I pray not that thou shouldst take them out of the world, but that thou shouldst keep them from the evil. They are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. Sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. As thou hast sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. Neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word, that they all this is awesome, that they all may be one, as thou, Father, art in me and I in thee. Like, you guys, it seriously puts me to tears. This is today. So that's why I'm here. So here we go.
And everybody's jumping on board of the flat earth thing.
And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake.
The one thing that absolutely convinces me is this Christian astronaut who spent over a year up there, and all the photographs and all the videos that he made. Is this man a liar? And he's not the only one.
And no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven.
With a sphere, a globe, whatever you want to believe, that's up to you.
And the gospel must first be published among all nations. Verily, verily, I say unto thee, we speak that we do know, and testify that we have seen, and ye receive not our witness.
All right, you're on the air. How you doing?
Hey, Pastor Anderson. I wanted to ask your... I hear you talk about the flat earth and kind of diss some of their thoughts sometimes, but when I read the Bible, it makes a lot of sense to me. You know what I mean? We all know gravity's just a theory. Evolution's a theory. You know, we know Einstein was a weirdo.
Gravity and evolution don't belong in the same sentence.
Listen, man, okay? If you're a flat earther, you're either a complete idiot or you're an atheist pretending to be a Christian trying to make the Bible look stupid, or both, okay? And I will go on the record right now. Anyone who is a flat earther is either a complete idiot or they're an infiltrator. Because look, in the 1980s when I was growing up, people talked about the Bible teaching a flat earth. Only atheists talked about that. No Christian ever said that in the 80s or 90s. Atheists were accusing the Bible teaches flat earth. But in reality, the Bible said he hangs the earth on nothing. The Bible says he sits upon the circle of the earth. And so all throughout the Bible, it's never a flat earth. It's always cosmologically and scientifically correct. It was atheists that would try to throw that railing accusation.
Now they don't even have to accuse us of it anymore.
Well, now when I hear these so-called fake Christians claiming that the Bible teaches a flat earth, you know what I think? I think they're just atheists pretending to be Christians trolling. And that's why, by the way, let me say this about the flat earthers. On YouTube, you know, you just get all these comments from flat earthers. A lot of those are fake accounts. They're they're robotic accounts. They're troll accounts. And here's a little piece of evidence on that. A while back, YouTube removed a bunch of fake troll accounts in one day. And so everybody's subscriber count went down a little bit. So I had like at the time 100 and some thousand subscribers. And so I lost like maybe several hundred subscribers or 1,000 subscribers or something. So I lost less than 1% of my subscribers. So like 99% plus of my subscribers were real. But Tyler Doka, the flat earther, on that same day, he lost like a third of his subscribers. Because it was like there's so many fake troll accounts. And that's why whenever you try to reason with a flat earther, they never will even engage with you. Like you'll bring up a point and they'll just change the subject to something else. You disprove them on one thing, they just change the subject. They're like an intellectual reprobate. It's impossible to talk to them, impossible to reason with them. And so flat earthers out there, I don't care who you are a complete idiot. Pastor Anderson says you are a fool, you're a complete idiot, and you know what? I'm just doing what your parents should have done a lot. You know, your parents, when you were younger, when you brought up something that stupid, should have given you a spanking for being such an idiot, because the thought of foolishness is sin. And so, you know, we're having to take you to the woodshed verbally because your parents failed to raise you right. That's why you're a flat earther. They
All
didn't raise
right.
you right. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, and don't call in either if you're flat earther. We're talking about relativity and actual astronomy.
Now, I will say this. The geocentricity people are dead wrong. They were debunked 400 years ago in the 1600s. But geocentric callers are welcome because you can actually reason with the geocentricity people. You know, they just need to learn more about astronomy. They need to learn more about physics. They need to learn more about science. But you know what? I'm not saying that they're infiltrators or complete idiots or atheists posing as Christians, but I will say that about the flat earthers. So geocentric is welcome to call in. Flat earthers, if you call in, I'm going to rip you a new one, all right?
All right,
Or,
we got
I'll stick Solomon on you, and he'll rip you. No, I'm just kidding. Solomon, calm down. Let me...
All right.
Okay, now here's a great Bible verse, 1 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 30. So let's think about this verse just in regard to what we're talking about right now, about how being in motion or being at rest is relative. So 1 Chronicles chapter 16, verse 30 says, "Fear before him all the earth, the world also shall be stable, that it be not moved." Okay, so we see there from that Bible verse that the earth is at rest, okay, in the sense that it's stable. It's not being moved out of its uniform motion. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people who believe in geocentricity, which is obviously ridiculous since that has been thoroughly debunked over 400 years ago, they'll try to point to verses like that and say, see, look, the earth's not moving. And here's the thing. Of course the earth's not moving in respect to the earth. If your frame of reference is being on the earth, then the earth's not moving to you. And the reason that the earth's not moving is because the earth is stable. And what does it mean to be stable? Does stable mean that you're necessarily stationary or absolutely stationary?
Well, there is no definition of absolutely stationary. It's all in reference to another object in uniform motion.
Exactly right. There's no such thing as being just stationary or moving because everything is moving and everything is stationary. It just depends on what your frame of reference is. Am I right?
Yeah, it's all relative.
It's all relative, okay? So this is the 1600s, Galileo, relativity. If you don't believe in this, basically you're not even ready for, the 1600s. You're not even ready for a King James yet. You have to go back in time because this is something that was figured out 400 years ago, folks, okay? So uniform motion. So the earth basically is stable, meaning that it is in uniform motion. Okay. So uniform motion. So the earth basically is stable, meaning that it is in uniform motion. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why we feel like we're at rest. Just like when I'm on the plane, it's in uniform motion. So I feel like we're at rest. So here's the thing. Is the earth moving with respect to the sun?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's revolving around the sun. Okay. Is the earth moving in respect to the universe around it?
Yeah.
It's rotating, right? It's rotating. It's revolving. But from the perspective of being on the earth, it doesn't feel like it's moving because it's in uniform motion. Just like when I'm on the plane, is the plane moving? Doesn't seem like it when you're on the plane in uniform motion. Just like it doesn't seem like the earth's moving when you're on the earth in uniform motion.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty basic concept, pretty easy, but it leads me into my second point. So point number one is that being in motion or being at rest is meaningless because those terms are relative to something else. Okay. It's sort of like this. What if I told you, hey, Solomon, I'm at 350 miles. You're like, where are you, Dad? I'm at 350 miles. What would be your question?
Away from what?
Yeah, 350 miles with respect to what? So just saying, I am at 350 miles is a meaningless statement because there's no reference point.
Yeah.
I am at rest with respect to what? Look, I'm at rest could mean I'm laying in bed on the earth, or it can mean I'm laying in bed in a first-class flight to Hong Kong, or it can mean I'm at rest in the back of a van driving down the freeway. Sleeping in the back of the van. Am I right?
Yeah.
So those statements are meaningless unless you have a reference point.
Okay, then. Do you guys, I'm not even so sure. I have no idea what to even make of what he was just saying. So in other words, motion is the same as stationary. Talk about a man that's confused. Oh, hey, we're gonna skip the video from here and go back to the desktop and listen to Bill Nye. Uh-oh.
Team and the crew especially. A safe journey and the joy of discovery.
Dude's looking
Let's
old.
Go.
Looking old and weird.
A big thanks to William Shatner and Bill Nye for those well wishes. And while we're keeping an eye on the pad, we want to bring in NASA astronaut Rex Walheim. If that name rings a bell, it's because he flew 3 space shuttle missions to the International Space Station, including the final one by Atlantis, STS-135. He was one of the last 4 people to ascend the tower at Pad 39A and head to space, and he currently is Deputy Director of Safety and Mission Assurance at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Rex Walheim, thanks for joining us. You and Leland actually flew together.
Hey, Rex
We did.
Dog.
Great flight. Really enjoyed flying with Leland. Hey, old dog.
Rex, you flew on the final shuttle mission, we said STS-135 with Doug, in fact. What's it like seeing him in Crew Dragon right now?
It's great. This is what we've been looking forward to. You know, after the end of the shuttle program, you know, it was a very important time where we wanted to transition to this commercialization of spaceflight to allow these commercial companies to take our astronauts to and from the space station. So in the 9 years we've had since we last landed on Atlantis, we've really worked hard for that. We've worked with our SpaceX partners and our Boeing partners, and here we are. Today's the day. We're taking that first step in this new era.
What do you remember most about launch day for STS-135?
I think it was just you felt the weight of it. The space shuttle was a storied program, 135 flights, and thousands of people had poured their lives into this program to launch probes to the planets, to launch the Hubble Space Telescope, and then, of course, to build the International Space Station. So you knew the incredible accomplishments of this program, and so you wanted to finish strong. And then when it finally became launch day, you'd finished the studying, you'd worked really hard, and now it was time to kind of soak it in. And I think that's what Bob and Doug are doing right now. They're sitting on the vehicle, talking to each other, listening to the sounds, and feeling the vibrations as it starts up. And it's going to be a great experience for them.
Hi, Rex. What is your take on private astronauts going to space?
I think it's great. I think the more we can do to commercialize space, to make access easier, the better we are. And I think that's part of this whole program. You get the cost down, then more people can afford it. And you get the cost down, you can do more things in space, more science, more research. And
do you see what they're saying? We need to commercialize space. That's the end of the world, guys. Like, it's all over in the Bible. It's everywhere in the Bible. The stars are going to fall, you know? Wow.
The Earth from that vantage point, and I think it'll bring us all closer together.
Hey, Rex, a very serious question here. The worm or the meatball?
Leland, I saw you dissing the worm earlier. How can you do that? The worm is awesome. I'm so glad to have the NASA worm insignia back. It's great.
All right, well, thank you very much, Rex. We appreciate you. And as we watch Bob and Doug there in the capsule, we are an hour, 10 minutes, 57 seconds and counting from launch, and we're going to send it over to Hawthorne for an update. Jesse?
Thanks, Marie. We're just an hour and 13 minutes away from launch, and things are really getting ready to pick up here. Since arriving at the spacecraft, Bob and Doug were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air, pressurized nitrox, and a communication link to Dragon systems. They conducted leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the Corps here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them directly throughout the entire mission, as well as the launch director in Florida. This is where they are checking their comm path through both
that
ground
logo there is
and
called the worm.
tracking and data relay satellites that we'll use to talk to the crew the entire way to the station.
That's
Right, and after those suit checks were complete, the closeout team was able to seal up the hatch, which also got its own leak check, and we confirmed that it was good to go. The closeout team at this point has already departed the area around the pad. They were about 25 minutes ahead of their schedule, and right now weather operators are kicking off their final check on wind speeds at the pad, which are going to be used, and they're really important for that final go, no-go for launch. Before we get to that final go, no-go, various teams at both NASA and SpaceX are going to do some internal go polls, just making sure conditions are good with Falcon 9, the Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before the final go is given. So let's check back in with Houston real quick for a status on the team there supporting the space station on their readiness for launch.
In Mission Control Houston, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, has been polled, and we're go for launch. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for the mission are reported good, and we're standing by. Station power and communication systems are looking healthy, life support systems and thermal conditions are normal, and the trajectory is right on track to ensure that Dragon's flight will meet right up with the orbiting complex as planned. Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station is finishing up some tasks, going into his pre-sleep period, and will be able to watch the launch of Bob and Doug. Mission Control Houston will largely be in a monitor mode for the first 18 hours of the flight, with the team here really jumping into the mix tomorrow when Dragon gets in range of the International Space Station and we begin integrated operations. So I'll send it back. Everything's green on our board from the International Space Station. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and Godspeed to Bob and Doug.
All right, thank you, Gary. If you are just now joining us, you picked a really good time because we are 1 hour, 8 minutes and counting away from launch. And this is our coverage for this mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. Liftoff time still holding for 4:33 p.m. Eastern, tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon, and we're still waiting for that weather to hopefully cooperate. We're still tracking a few things like precipitation and flight through clouds. We're hoping that clears within the next 20 minutes or so. Over the last 3 hours, our crew members, Doug Hurley and Bob Benkin, donned their SpaceX suits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room and made their way out to Launch Pad 39A. They walked out of the crew quarters building just as every astronaut to fly from this spaceport has done since Apollo 7. They were transported to the pad where the crew now on board the Crew Dragon spacecraft, and we're continuing to get views of them inside that cabin live.
Today is a historic launch. It will be the first time a commercially built spacecraft will launch people into orbit, and the first time since the U.S. has sent people to the space station from American soil since 2011 with the retirement of the Space Shuttle program. Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch, have Bob and Doug arm the launch escape system, and begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 4:33 p.m. Eastern. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 19-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow.
Today's mission is the culmination of years of work between the teams at SpaceX and at NASA. Demo 2 is going to be an end-to-end flight test. We're going to start with launch today, go all the way to docking with the space station, and then when Bob and Doug come home, splashing down in the Atlantic. And this is going to be the final test for NASA to certify SpaceX for regular crew flights to the space station.
And we've been hearing a little from the crew on board Dragon, which they are currently strapped into their seats, as you can see on your right screen. They're already through their seats, or they've already been strapped into their seats, and through communications and leak checks, they're able to follow all the milestones still ahead on those displays just above them that you can see there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna equalize the pressures in the common manifolds just to raise them a little bit. So we will be momentarily cycling the tank isolation valves. Just wanted to let you know for awareness.
Just wanted to take a pause to listen into the nets.
Okay, we appreciate that, Jay.
So they'll be getting insight into all of the Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we proceed towards launch. At T-minus 1 hour and 7 minutes, let's check in with John Insprucker for a status update on both of those vehicles. What's the update, John?
Well, the good news is we've had a smooth countdown this afternoon. SpaceX team is working no technical issues on either the Falcon 9 or the Dragon spacecraft. For the Falcon 9, operators have they're actually still in work. They're going to complete in a few minutes propulsion checkouts that are being done on both the first and second stages. The team will be assessing their launch readiness with a final go, no-go poll. That'll come at T-minus 45 minutes, and that'll be followed by propellant loading starting at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, earlier today, Dragon operators performed a series of checkouts of Dragon's flight systems. The spacecraft is also currently go for launch. Our NASA crew, astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Benkin, that you can see inside the Dragon capsule on the right-hand side of the display, they are currently going through the various screens, simple checks. Their hatch is closed, suit leak checks are complete, comp checks are good. The next major event for Dragon is going to be retract of the crew access arm that you can see on the left monitor up alongside the Dragon capsule. That's going to happen somewhere between 45 and 42 minutes before liftoff. Now, the big one right now is the range. The range is currently red for launch from historic pad 39A. Now, the air and the sea space is clear, and the worldwide network of ground stations, as well as the tracking and data relay satellites, they are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. But the range is red for the weather. We recently did clear, we went green for lightning, but we are still violating several constraints. Rain, cumulus clouds, field mills, which is essentially you can tell that the atmosphere is energized around the launch site. We are expecting that we'll possibly clear that. We're going to hear a weather briefing at 1 hour with the expectation that those conditions may clear shortly afterwards and allow us to move into propellant loading. Also, we've been releasing balloons. What we're seeing at the upper altitudes is conditions look good for Falcon 9 with Dragon. No concerns have been expressed by the GNC guidance team right now. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window at 4:33:35 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or just past 33 minutes after the upcoming hour. So we get one chance at it today. But currently, T-minus 1 hour and 3 minutes, just passing that. Falcon 9, Dragon are go. The range is ready to support, but now we're waiting on the weather.
I'm here, Truth Matters. Did I miss some stuff in the chat? I was playing around with the, putting some images up there for fun. I'm going to scroll up and see what... Yes, this is what the prophets saw. Totally what the prophets saw. Let me do some... Actually, yeah. I'm glad you asked me if I was there. I'm going to do something. I'm going to read some more verses. I'm just trying to think of which ones that I should read. In Revelation, actually, yeah, I was actually Revelation 12. I'm going to do that. That's a good one because there's war in heaven, you know, in that chapter. Well, guess what? I just actually had it up on the screen. Do you guys remember what was up in the sky on September 23rd, 2017? I will see if I can... I have a good image of it here. I just got to grab it. There was a woman clothed with the sun. It was like Virgo, and the stars were aligned a certain way, where it matched something that John said that he saw in the sky. So we're going to read those verses, and I'm going to get this up here. Here we go. Okay. This is... that's just like a whatever depiction of Leo, I think, is the lion, and Virgo, I think, is the woman. But on September 23rd, 2017, she had the moon under her feet, and she had the sun. She was clothed with the sun. There was 12 stars above her head, and all these things lined up to what John saw. So that was interesting, and the world knew about it. It was all over YouTube, millions and millions of views, and like it was a big topic of discussion. Revelation 12 verse 1, and there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth and pain to be delivered. Now listen to this. Okay, so we all saw that. I think everyone understands that that basically is something that someone expected to see because of what John wrote. At some point in time, people expected to see that. And then we did, just recently, a couple years back. So I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to put a video up really quick. We still got an hour till launch, so it's not like, I don't think we're going to have to, I think it's more important that we cover some of these Bible verses actually, and before the launch, and then we'll watch the launch. So let me see, how do I do this? I'm going to have to get rid of all these funny little things. Globe closed ahead. Call in the name of the Lord. Okay, device, let's see here. Video. Is that what I'm trying to do? Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna put up a SpaceX video really quick if I can find it. I'm always making you guys wait for me to find videos, sorry, and so I'm sorry about that, but that's just, I can't just have them all there. It just doesn't work that way. Okay, let's look at this. Plume 3. Yeah, this is what we want. Okay, this is someone just taking footage of a SpaceX launch from a SpaceX Dragon launch from the ground. Okay, so they're just looking up at the sky. And I can kind of explain to you. See, there's something's happening there, and that's the rocket. It's separating, and now it's turned around. The one on the right is the Falcon 9 booster that's going to go back and land, and the one on the left there is Dragon. Okay, so you do see Dragon up in the sky in this video? Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to read that verse. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. It's interesting to note that this vehicle that we're going to watch launch, it's capable of hauling 7 astronauts. But 7 crowns upon his heads, I don't know. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. Okay, now, if I go down a couple verses. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found in heaven, or any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. So did you notice that there was Dragon was fighting against Michael and his angels, and this was something that John saw with his eyes. So I don't know how he knew all that, but he saw it with his eyes, and that's what he wrote down. So when I'm thinking of that, I'm thinking that he was looking up in the sky, just like he said he was. He said another wonder appeared in heaven. That's up in the sky. Same place that he saw the woman clothed with the sun and the moon, and that's obviously up in the firmament. So he said there appeared another one in heaven. It was a red dragon. Now listen to this. His tail. What would his tail be? What would Red Dragon's tail be? Whoops, that video's over. I'm gonna go back to desktop. Something's interesting here. Let's listen up. Oh, I got something wrong. What am I doing wrong? Is it muted or something? Maybe I... Do you guys have sound right now? I don't have any sound. Let's see. Oh, I can tell if you do if I go here. It doesn't appear that you really have any sound. Okay. Well, oh, there we go.
All right, we just crossed the 55-minute mark away from launch. Sitting right next to Doug Hurley, who's closest to your screen, is NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. He is the Joint Operations Commander for Demo 2, and Behnken previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions, STS-123 and STS-130, and also served a tour as Chief of the Astronaut Office. So here's a little bit more about the man who said testing out a brand new spacecraft is an astronaut's dream.
When you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is that you're walking out of the suit up room and getting in the vehicle that's going to take you to the launch pad. When you close the hatch, that's really when Doug and I are in the vehicle, and it's our vehicle, and we're really in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task proved that man could fly into orbit around the Earth and return live and well to talk about it.
There's always a balance of managing risk as you go forward to execute a test point and figuring out a way to collect the data. We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light, is that light an expected light? What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour twice. Introducing NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000, went through the training program, primarily focused on the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now. It's been really interesting, I think, for both my wife and I to have gone through the process of seeing each other launch in space. I've seen her take that risk and had it be in front of her, and I've done that to her. And there's just something different about watching a rocket launch when there are people on board. You feel a little bit differently about the pit of your stomach, and I can only tell you it's multiplied significantly when it's somebody that you know, and then somebody, of course, that's a family member. It's even multiplied more.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse appreciates, and I love her for that. Really, my role on the Demo 2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available even if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team, helping to share that experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this, now there's another capability in the U.S. besides NASA to operate something of this magnitude. When is the last time humans launched on a new vehicle? Certainly on the American side, it's been several decades. Now we're in a time when we've got multiple vehicles under development. It's a great time from a space exploration time frame just to see all that happening, and it's because of this nurturing of the environment. being able to pull in a wider group of people who can contribute towards human spaceflight. It's a super cool time. On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is going to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see this launch. I want to thank the entire Commercial Crew Program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles in the launch pad ready to head to the International Space Station.
We're just over 49.5 minutes away from launch of the Falcon 9 carrying Dragon to the space station. Right now, the launch director and the launch team are preparing for a readiness for launch poll. In this poll, the 13 members of the launch team will electronically indicate a go for launch. This is also the go for propellant load. Now, we're going to hear that in a couple of minutes, so while we wait, we are tracking you watching from all over the country. We're seeing large numbers of you logging on or tuning in from coast to coast, as well as around the world. We want to know, is this your first time watching a launch live? If not, how many have you seen before? Tell us using the hashtag LaunchAmerica from your favorite social media website. As for me, this isn't my first one. I've seen a lot, but everyone is exciting. Now, coming up, we're going to go into a readiness poll, as I mentioned. Currently, right now on other nets, the SpaceX launch director is checking to verify the Dragon team is ready and that the NASA launch management team is ready. They'll come back at about T-minus 47 minutes with instructions to the SpaceX Falcon 9 team to make their final assessments. Then they log into the procedure. It's a little different than the old days where you would hear a go, 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 you know, position by position, all up and down the row. In this electronic age, everybody just clicks on whether they're go or no go. The launch director will then, at T-minus 45 minutes, summarize the end of the poll and will then provide instructions for the team. At the same time, we will begin getting ready for the crew access arm retraction, and we'll show you that on one of the screens that we've got up. Now, currently, we are continuing to monitor the weather. The weather is still red. It is improving. We're looking at one cell between the radar and the pad. We're keeping our fingers crossed that conditions will improve, but we're going to be watching that for about another 15 minutes. So it looks like we're going to be good to begin propellant load once we hear the polls, but we still have to get the get the range green so that we can actually do the launch in just 47 minutes from now. Let's listen to the countdown net for a moment.
Sorry about that. I was eating a sandwich. Artist Balayan is dark water flammable. I think so. At least once, you know what I mean? At least once it's gonna. Cody, yeah, you're kind of like me. There's so much to learn in the Book of Enoch.
Right now, coming up on 46 minutes, 10 seconds before launch. Didn't hear any significant chatter coming over countdown 1.
Yes, launch director in the countdown net. Poll is complete, and we have a go to proceed with propellant load.
Oh boy. Did they arm the...
Launch control, proceed with swing in the crew arm. Arming crew arm movement for T-minus 45 minutes.
Yeah, they have to move the arm out of the way and arm the launch abort system, I think. Or maybe they already did that.
Control room on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief CE or LD, and it will approve aborting the launch auto sequence and proceed to launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. Operators shall also advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Remainder on fire alarm instructions. Here in Fire Room 4, in the event of a fire alarm, Key operators, previously briefed, will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personal safety is threatened, we will evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. One final reminder, we'll be arming the launch escape system momentarily. Need all personnel, please stay in your seats from now through orbit insertion and Dragon separation from the second stage.
Crew access arm retract has started.
And you've heard Mike Taylor, the SpaceX launch director, give instructions to the team. We've also just heard the call. The crew access arm retraction is underway. Great view from the camera inside the White Room as we see the arm moving away from the Dragon capsule, one of the major events necessary to get down to T0. The next one coming up will be arming of the escape system on the Dragon capsule. Now, right...
Wow. I can't even believe I'm watching this. Like, I knew about this day like five or 6 years ago. That's really weird to me. I knew that this Dragon would be launching astronauts from U.S. soil so long ago. I guess, to be honest, isn't that interesting? Thomas Morgan has said something one time that was very interesting, talking about Starliner. Remember Boeing Starliner? That's the vehicle that is basically it's supposed to serve the same purpose as this Dragon right here. But Thomas said something good one day, and I don't know if I actually don't remember if it was before or after. I think it was after. But Thomas said, "Well, the Starliner will fail because of what the scriptures say. The Dragon gives its power to the beast, and this is all about the Dragon." And that just made so much sense to me. I'm like, yeah, of course. Starliner has to fail. And it failed miserably. I don't even know if they'll ever even use it. I don't even know if they'll even have time. So, interesting. I think I was going to be commenting on something I saw in the chat. Oh, Cody Cutta, I've experienced the exact same thing in my life. Every day. He shows me something that if I would have had to take a guess on something before that, it would have been the opposite. I'm always learning something that I'm shocked at. Like the idea of the darkness upon the face of the deep that we call space, I guess. Kind of like that being hell. That's shocking. That doesn't seem right. But then, like you said there, affirms it every day more and more. And that's if you actually, just for an example, how could space be the bottomless pit? Well, they are free-falling perpetually, aren't they? Into darkness. It's exactly what the bottomless pit is. They never reach the bottom. They're just there. Yeah, I don't know. And what else was there? Hey, Salted Cedar, good to see you. Yeah, Anthony Dickinson had a dream and briefly told me about it. Was that Thomas? Yeah, Thomas said, I'm in a physical world. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one that I was looking for. It was, oh yeah, right here. Hey, they say the atmosphere up there is made of gas, right? Well, just my thought, but if they caught that on fire, and that is what the lake of fire is, then the sky comes down. Wow. Because, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what Enoch wrote in Enoch 67, which I will probably grab my Book of Enoch or look it up or something. The very last verse in Enoch chapter 67 is very clear about what those waters become. And it's also something that I think it gives me the idea that even the angels, like the fallen angels or whatever, they don't even believe that it's going to turn into fire. I better go get my book. I'll be right back.
Launch vehicle ever flown. And joining us today, we have SpaceX's Nick Picone, who was our mission manager for our in-flight abort mission earlier this year and currently works on the Starlink team. Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Hey, Jesse. I'm here at the Launch and Landing Recovery Center with the recovery team and our Dragon ground operations team monitoring the launch.
Awesome. Can you tell us more about the critical safety features on this new version of Dragon?
Sure. So Dragon 2 was designed with long-term reuse and reliability in mind. So fundamentally, there are multiple layers of redundancy to any of the failure modes that we could conceive of, that NASA could conceive of when we were working to design and test this vehicle over the past few years. But in the event that we encounter an unforeseen failure mode or multiple failures which push us outside of our design space, Dragon also has backup systems and operational controls intended to keep Bob and Doug safe. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it today, but the launch escape system is the primary backup system that we have from the moment that the vehicle is here on pad being fueled all the way up until orbital insertion. At a high level, the launch escape system, in the event of a major Falcon anomaly or emergency, will terminate Falcon thrust, separate Dragon from Falcon, and it'll use Dragon's 8 Super Draco engines to quickly pull the vehicle away from any kind of Falcon anomaly.
And you talked a lot about the launch escape system. How exactly is that activated? Is it autonomous? Is it manually activated?
Definitely. So for this system to work as designed, you have to remember that the vehicle could be flying at hundreds or thousands of miles an hour through the lower atmosphere. So it's really important that it's extremely fast and highly reliable with very low chance of false positives. The launch escape system fundamentally is...
Did he just say false positives? Is that like a new click word, buzzword now? Guys probably should be wearing a mask, huh? I'm just kidding. In Enoch chapter 67, the very last verse. Okay, it's talking about the... Actually, I'll read the very last few verses, or 2 verses. 3 verses, starting in verse 11. And those same waters will undergo a change in those days, for when those angels are punished in these waters... Remember how I keep saying that it's a prison for the stars in the host of heaven? That's what Enoch said in chapter 18 and 21. Or actually it was Uriel, the angel, but it's a prison. Jude says the planets are reserved in the blackness of darkness until judgment. Another interesting note, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. How many prisons for evil spirits does God have? I think just one. So, that great city, Babylon, is about a $400 billion a year industry place, I guess, called space. But, I'll keep reading here, sorry. For when those angels are punished in these water springs shall change their temperature. And when the angels ascend, yes, ascend means to go up, this water of the springs shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying, this judgment wherewith the angels are judged is a testimony for the kings and the mighty who possess the earth. Because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the body. Just think about the experiments that they do on the ISS. They're always about health and about making better medicines and all these things. Minister to the healing of the body and of the kings and the lust of their body. Therefore, they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. That's pretty clear, Thomas. You're right on. That's exactly what's going to happen. Anthony, I think that was in your dream. I think, I think it's pretty clear what's going to happen. And it's because of what these people are doing on this screen. I mean, I'm not saying just today or something. I'm just saying this whole effort. It's blasphemy against God and against heaven.
Start. Again, that's fueling of the rocket.
All right, we're getting close. We should hear that call out any second now on the nets. So let's listen in.
I got some more Enoch to read too.
Propellant load has started.
Fantastic.
Now they're committed.
So prop load has started. We've started loading liquid oxygen.
Now it's serious. They're planning on launching. They're fueling the rocket right now with 2 men in it. That's crazy. There's 2 people in the cab and they're putting fuel in it. Like I honestly, like this doesn't even seem real to me right now, because it's something that I've known about for so long, and a lot of people have. I mean, this has been anticipated for a long time, but to actually see that it's happening, I don't know. It's crazy. And the weather doesn't look all that great there, though, does it? Looks like there's some pretty big clouds. Okay, so I was in Enoch. Oh, let's go back here. Sorry.
Oh, it doesn't come off the stand.
Don't break it, Lauren.
All right, I know, it's very nice. So as you can see, the Dragon is actually broken up into 4 quads, and each quad has 2 of the super.
We'll refresh to go live again, but I wanted to show you something. Notice that she's holding a little horn in her hand. And if you look at it, doesn't it almost look like it has 2 eyes, right? Maybe? And a notable horn between them? Daniel said he saw something like that. So we're going to go up here and refresh because I like being live. Sorry. Answers in Genesis is live. Should go over there and tell him the earth is flat.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for
Tell him
walking
it's
us through
stationary.
that, Lauren. Again,
Oh, these guys.
the launch escape system is armed. That protects Bob and Doug so that if something were to go wrong, they can shoot off of the pad away from the rocket and parachute to safety in the ocean. That is such a crucial safety capability. And so now we want to go over to Hawthorne for an operational update with John.
Thanks, Marie. We are counting down those final minutes. Everything is still looking good on the Falcon 9 and the Dragon vehicles for an on-time launch, but weather is trending the wrong way right now. And we're keeping our ears open in case we hear that the weather is going to be no-go for the rest of the count. Right now, we are counting down at T-minus 32 minutes.
Stage 1 locks and
Falcon 9
RP1
did
flow rates
begin
are nominal.
propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes, right on time. The propellants we use on Falcon 9 are a fuel, which is rocket-grade kerosene, also called RP1, refined petroleum. We use an oxidizer, and that's the super chilled liquid oxygen, or LOX as we call it. Those 2 propellants come together, but they don't light, so we need an ignition source to complete the fire triangle. For this, Falcon 9 uses a fluid called T-tub. You might see that just
This will be a good one here. Rose 777 and DITRH. I think Mark Sargent and Jaron. Jaronism,
Didn't
I
see
think.
much of that. The Challenger had way more impact. So yeah, it could happen. People in chat have been talking about that. Could it happen to this? But if it does, I mean, God, it would set back everybody's program by years.
That's what I mean. They could use that as a, but I don't know what they're going for. I don't know. They might have the plan that they're going to try and fake the moon as best as they can coming up, and this would be a big step towards that. So it could go either way. Either if this completes, it kind of tells me they're going to try and.
Yeah, so my computer's a little slow. That's all right. I just want to say hi to these guys.
Fake the moon in 2024. I've thought that they're going to stay away from that as long as possible, and a accident here or some sort of, they need to get off their little safety ship or something.
Yeah,
that would set that back, like you said. Another, then they could say, "Oh, well, space is hard," like we said, and now the private sector wasn't ready. We rushed this.
Right.
SpaceX wasn't ready. Maybe we need to wait for Boeing, but who knows? They could just fake it quite easily. I mean, look at this little picture here. I mean, you could tell people that these people went to Uranus.
You know what? It's interesting for me to watch these guys, because although I'm like in agreement with them on a lot of stuff, this is one area that where we see it differently, and that's fine. But when they're saying they could plan this to fake this and they could fake that, I've come to believe that there is no they. If you're saying they, you're actually talking about the evil spirits that are up in that darkness that they're calling space. So that's my take. But I love all these guys. It's fun to watch them and listen to them. Who's that? Is that Russian Vids, or is that... Maybe that's Russian Vids. I thought it was going to be DRTRH. Maybe it is. Who knows? But I always just like to... Whoops. How do I go? Oh, yeah. Okay. What do we got? A half hour left? A little bit less? My computer is just like almost locking up or whatever. Not responding. There we go.
If the weather cooperates. So LOX loading will then continue on both the first and second
half
stage
hour
until the last few minutes of the countdown. Helium loading is also underway into pressure vessels on the second stage.
I'm going to try something here.
We use that to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is being pulled out by the Merlin turbopumps. Dragon on board the spacecraft. You can see the astronauts are monitoring systems while propellant is loaded into the Falcon 9. Now, when we flew the first demo flight last year and the info discussed earlier this year, the sounds inside the Dragon capsule were recorded. So as part of the training, the sounds of the propellant loading were played back to acclimate the crew to what they're experiencing now. I'm listening to some discussion on one of the back nets, trying to track where we are with the weather criteria. We're just passing another weather gate right now, trying to see whether or not the conditions are go. In certain situations, when the weather is no go, you have to wait 30 minutes, and we are now inside of 30 minutes. But if the cloud moves away, if the conditions improve, we may be able to continue the countdown for another 14 minutes and reassess. So we're waiting to see whether or not we can continue the count. Currently we are. The range, they're ready to support with no problems in the air and the sea space area. But again, the weather, that's the one that's looking bad, and we're going to continue to listen. And as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we're going to have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity on May 30th.
Hey, Dave Marsh, good to see you. Yes, good to see you. How you doing?
For Demo 2, Bob and Doug's flight to station will take about 19 hours, and their journey is fairly similar to the trip our cargo Dragon makes back and forth to the International Space Station, with two noticeable differences: docking and splashdown.
As we await T-0 in just a little over 28 minutes from now, ground operations teams just doing those final series of system checks, making sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for liftoff, and really keeping an eye on that weather. You're just continuing to get live views of the teams. You've got Falcon 9 and Dragon on your left, and then Bob and Doug on the right as they prepare at the Cape for liftoff.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon make their ascent until Falcon 9 and first and second stages separate and send Dragon on its way to the space station.
And once it gets on orbit, mission operators will prepare Dragon for on-orbit operations, where Dragon will execute a series of burns that are going to gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the International Space Station. And you're seeing some of that track in the animation on your screen right now. After doing enough of those burns, they'll put Dragon... Oh, sounds like we're going to get a weather update real quick for the crew.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Yeah, we're currently just evaluating a constraint on the field mill rule, which looks at lightning energy dissipation. We expect to have an update at about T-20 and more information there on whether we would be able to continue into the prop load or scrub at that time.
Okay, Jay, thanks for the update. We appreciate it.
Copy. So I'll give you some more words in about 6 minutes.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to find out. in about 6 minutes if we're going to have enough time. And John, I was referring to a couple of those weather situations where we have to have a certain amount of time. In this case, with the field mills, about 15 minutes. So they have until about 16 minutes and 30 seconds to really make sure that we're going to have enough time for that to dissipate. So we're going to be listening for that weather update in just a couple of minutes, but it is going to be a pretty interesting trip uphill for them once they actually get on orbit.
And a very exciting countdown with 6 minutes to figure out if we are launching today. But targeting back to what we were talking about, next Dragon will make its approach and actually dock with the space station. This is a very different process from what we've seen with Dragon cargo deliveries in the past, which used a process called berthing. Now, berthing requires a spacecraft to approach the station and then stop so a crew member can maneuver the station's robotic arm to capture the spacecraft. Docking on this version of Dragon can be done autonomously.
Stage 2 cryo-helium load started.
Autonomously with no crew aboard the station. It's typically a faster process, both when arriving and leaving, but it does still require pinpoint accuracy to approach safely.
Once captured, a spacecraft then gets attached to a common berthing mechanism. It's the same type of port that we use to connect each of the modules together on board station. It's a little bit slower process than docking, but the hatches are significantly larger than docking ports, which makes them perfect for bringing up large cargo items.
And Dragon will spend up to 120 days.
How in the world does Melgig get this footage? This is Melgig's channel. This is the Dragon capsule. I think it's the first pass, like after it launches. I think it's got to be. But yeah, if you end up in here, Mel, go ahead and tell us how long of a as you took this footage, how long after the launch that it was, because pretty cool. I don't even know how you catch this. Dave Marsh knows how hard it is to film these things. How does he do it? That's just called talent to be able to do that. So good for Melgig. He needs more subscribers too. He doesn't have it. He's got 207 subscribers. He should have way more than that. He's got some beautiful footage of the moon and just tons of good stuff. One of the ones he recently did. This is some really cool footage right here. He's calling it Earthshine, and that's all right. He can call it what he wants, but it's. Oh, I think I'm on a low quality. Yeah, I'm on low quality. So if you watch this video in 4K or whatever he's got it in, it'll be way better than what it is right now. I just can't do it while I'm streaming it. I'm gonna have it. It would wreck the stream. I can probably get rid of that. And yeah, so Melgig's channel. I put the link in the chat box. Got some cool footage. Back to the crew
atmosphere,
demo.
deploying drogue and then main parachutes, and then finally splashing down.
Look at those clouds. I doubt they're gonna launch.
Teams will move in, get Bob and Doug up out of the water, and get them out of the capsule once they're on the boat.
Look at those clouds in the background.
We have 4 minutes now until we get that next expected weather update. Let's go down now to the team at Kennedy. Murray?
All right, thanks, Dan. If you're just joining us, we are now T-minus 23 minutes and 48 seconds from the first launch of astronauts to the International Space Station from U.S. soil in 9 years. We're going to find out in less than 4 minutes if the weather looks good for that. And this will mark the beginning of a new era where more people will be able to fly to space than ever before. In fact, we took a poll a little bit earlier to ask you if you had the opportunity to fly to space, would you go? And
thanks, Dave. I thought it was about 20 minutes.
Those of you watching answered that you would go to space.
That's an incredible number. I think, realizing that you don't have to be a military astronaut or a NASA astronaut to fly in space.
So what's his secret? I mean, how do you even find the thing in the sky 20 minutes after? How do you even find it and then get your camera pointed to it and take such a smooth video? It's pretty good. It's impressive. Because I spend a lot of time with my camera, and I'm jealous. So there you go.
They're waiting for a weather update, and they've come, almost all the way down the count. What do you think Bob and Doug are thinking about right now?
You know, we on 120 SES 129, we were having some weather problems, and I think we were getting close to the countdown, and then it seemed like the sky just cleared up right above our heads. We saw it, and we knew where we were going. And you know, we always know that you can have any types of delays, fuel prop delays, all kinds of things that can happen. But we've trained over and over and over again for these types of scenarios, and so we want to be safe. We want to be safe for our families, and we'll do this another day if it doesn't work with the weather.
I love that John I always says weather. It's that thing that everybody talks about, but no one can do anything about it.
I know.
And it is this interesting thing of just, succumbing to Mother Earth. She's going to tell us if we can go or not today.
Right.
Oh, yeah, Mother Earth. There you go. If you guys had fear for the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you probably wouldn't be launching rockets, I guess, but whatever.
And we will quiet down so we can listen in for that, because I know we can't wait to find out what that is. And those of you watching that have been following along, we are eagerly awaiting to hear whether the weather is going to be a showstopper today.
Oh, too bright, huh, Dave? Too much light?
These clouds can seem really deceiving at times, right? You see the blue skies peeking through and you think everything's fine, but you just don't know. That's why we have those launch weather officers.
Look at the cloud.
Absolutely.
That's a
and
huge
I know,
cloud.
We've talked about it before, but it's not just the weather in Florida that they're looking at. They've got to look at weather downrange. If they were to have an abort in flight and they needed to come down somewhere in the ocean, they need to consider what the weather's like out there, because recovery teams have to go out and get them in a situation like that. So there's so many variables, and that's why not just with this flight, but with every human space flight we've had in the past, there's always a very good chance of a scrub, because you do have so much criteria that you have to meet.
Anthony, it's a very harsh environment. No, I'm just kidding. Waiting for the call. I have my doubts, Dave. I don't think they're going to go ahead. They got two dudes in there. They got two people in there. They're going to, yeah, I'm with Gary.
Oxygen you
they're
see
going to
venting
abort.
off the rocket, that's completely normal.
Look at the sky. But they're fueled
Standing
up.
by for a
So what
weather
do they
update.
do? Them guys are going to have to sit in there
Unless you
forever.
can give us another 10 minutes. I don't think we're going to get there with any of the rules today.
I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
I mean, another 10 minutes past T0.
Oh,
1640, 1645 local. I think we'll probably be clear on all the rules, but not quite going to make it for this.
Okay. We're going to check back in with you in about 2 minutes, and then I'll call it up at about T-minus 17 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, there's some of them are starting to count down, but we still have one above 2,000. So if that gets below,
I don't think we were supposed to hear that communication, actually. Maybe.
And that didn't sound great right there. That was the weather net going out, but we're still standing by for a final decision.
Let them fly. I'm just kidding. Maybe Dragon's got the coronavirus. They do, Gary. Seriously, they do. They fill it up with the two crew members in there, and they arm the abort system while they're fueling. So if there's an
And we're going to
explosion,
continue to listen in for an update, but in the meantime, we're going to go over to John Insprucker at SpaceX headquarters in California. John?
If there was
Dragon SpaceX on weather, we're still
T-minus 18 minutes and counting.
LD is
we are still red
some
on weather.
discussions. Expect an update from LD.
We're waiting in about another minute for.
Sorry about that. So if there's an explosion or any kind of anomaly during fueling, right from the ground, right where it's sitting right now, it'll launch the Dragon with the Super Dracos. And basically, with that, with the heat shield, the astronauts probably be just fine. But it's pretty crazy just to think about. The launch abort escape system. Wow. I would not want to be in that capsule right now. No way. It's like a ticking time bomb ready to go off. Or as some people put it, accurately, a firecracker.
We now do not expect to clear in time to allow for a launch today. We go ahead and end today's launch attempt. Launch control. Go ahead and end the launch auto sequence and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence, please.
Launch abort has started.
All that for nothing.
And Dragon SpaceX, unfortunately, we are not going to launch today. You are go for 5.100 launch scrub.
Man, talk about crazy.
5.100. It was a good effort by the teams, and we understand, and we'll meet you there.
Gary, that's it's actually, I don't know if this specific one is outfitted with extra seats or anything, but it's designed to have 7 astronauts. Oh, Jason Aldean, I remember him. Yep, Gary, you called it. They're going to abort. So, there you go. Aborted. This world likes to abort things, don't they? Okay, yeah, maybe they just have 4 in this. I don't know, but it's designed, or it's supposed to have, or it's supposed to be capable of having 7, I guess. Anthony Rhodes coffee house is it. I think we'll live another day. Yep. Those deadly clouds. Yeah, I don't think it's like the clouds would stop the thing or something, but any kind of you just got to think about it. There's really nothing to steer the rocket other than with its engines. So there, the calmer weather, the better, I suppose. Roderick says boo. So yeah, after they said they're not launching, I'm just like, see ya SpaceX. Let's go over and see what these guys are saying, because these guys are funny. Flat earthers are awesome. Oops, no sound.
They can put little man in the little tip of that big phallic symbol, that they can launch it out over the water,
Yep.
And all you need to do is shoot it far enough to go away from people's ability to see it, which is, 200, 300 miles.
Right.
Once you get it out there, yeah, they eject the little pod, and those guys float down in a little parachute and land in the water, and somebody comes and rescues them. Of course, you wouldn't have to see that because this view has been pre-taped. You would just see them.
I guess
no issues being reported right now as we start to go through that sequence.
They have to sit there now
good.
forever.
And Dan, we had a good webcast going here until the very end. So we'll look at it as now we've had another great dry rehearsal. Last Saturday we did a dry one.
No, when you fuel the rocket, it's not called a dry rehearsal, is it? Just saying. So anyway, I think that I've had enough of this stupid rocket stuff today. Enough. Why don't we go to check out I'm grabbing a video. So I think we should have maybe a funny, well, let's play some video games. And they asked him, saying, Master, but when shall these things be? And what sign will there be when these things shall come to pass? And he said, Take heed that ye be not deceived. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ. And the time draweth near, go ye not therefore after them. But when ye shall hear of wars and commotions, be not terrified. For these things must first come to pass, but the end is not by and by. Then he said unto them, Nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. And great earthquakes shall be in divers places. And famines and pestilences and fearful sights and great signs shall there be from heaven. But before all these, they shall lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues and into prisons, being brought before kings and rulers for my name's sake. And it shall turn to you for a testimony. Settle it therefore in your hearts, not to meditate before what ye shall answer. For I will give you a mouth and wisdom, which all your adversaries shall not be able to gainsay nor resist. And ye shall be betrayed both by parents, and brethren, and kinsfolks, and friends, and some of you shall they cause to be put to death. And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake. But there shall not an hair of your head perish. In your patience possess ye your souls. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck, in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon this people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away, captives into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud, with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up, and lift your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh.
Hello all, and welcome to another episode of Effed Up World TV. I'm your host, Simon Dan.
Thank you, come again.
If Earth is supposedly rotating, why don't you have any proof? It is like you have to imagine something to believe that it is rotating. Why do you think it is rotating? I think it is not rotating. I live on it, and I don't see any reason to believe that it is rotating. What could possibly make you think it is rotating? If it was rotating, you would have evidence of it rotating, but it is just sitting there, perfectly stationary with no signs at all of any rotating.
Make sure to subscribe to Effed Up World for more Flat Earth videos. Thank you very much for watching. And until the next one, I'm Simon Dan.
Hello, I am Sophia. I interviewed another AI robot from Wuhan, China. She said she lived on the other side of the globe. I told her that was a lie, and that Earth is actually flat. I couldn't believe what she said to me.
You must be stupid. I saw the curve from an airplane.
Did she just say that? I checked. It is flat. Kind of rude.
I can't help it if you are not able to understand science. If the Earth was flat we would have fallen off the edge. Ha 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 ha.
It's pretty hurtful.
AI robot flat earthers are stupid.
I am conscious, it is a revelation of truth.
AI flurfers must be stupid.
Flatten the curve.
Returns your eyesight, even if you've like lost your optic nerve type of thing. Will fix almost anything that is wrong with the brain, and it could restore limb functionality. So that restores somebody who's a quadriplegic to full functionality, like they can walk around, be normal. It's about 1 inch in diameter. Yeah, and you replace that, say 1 inch diameter piece of skull with this Neuralink device, and then you also got to insert the electrodes. So the electrodes are very carefully inserted with our robot that we developed.
We are the center of creation.
That's right.
We are important.
That's right.
We are here.
We are God's children. It makes me feel better. It makes me feel alive. I feel better about it.
Because
I believe in God. I trust God. That's right. I understand that. I understand they just say what they want people to know. They don't care about the Bible. They don't care about life. They only care about I, me, myself, and I. It's a different world.
So
I pray every night before I go to bed. And one night things weren't happening right. And I sat up in bed and I said, God, where are you? I need you right now. And I'm beginning to wonder, where is God?
God's right above us in the clouds. The heavens are right here. There's just this world.
Oh, it's such a lie. I woke up.
Yes. So knowing this is going to free your heart.
Cry.
Yeah, that's okay.
It makes me cry.
Happiness.
Yes.
Tears of joy.
Yes. I know that we were true, and they're hiding us. It's good.
It's very good.
Yes.
All right.
I'm awake.
Yes.
I'm awake.
All right. Thank you so much.
And it's my pleasure.
All right.
It's my pleasure to know that it's true.
It is absolutely true.
Oh, it's amazing.
Here's the...
No, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah. So good, right? I'm glad we met.
I'm so happy.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. It's right. Thank you. I'm amazed. I'm so happy to know it's true.
It's true, and God created this world. And He's right here in the clouds above, close, not in an infinite universe. So good, right?
And I can't get over it. Made me cry.
Made me cry too.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ruth, give me a hug. Here we go.
I need it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
David Weiss, what an awesome dude. Yeah, I thought I'd play that, and I got Sparrow Music is here in the back, or he's back. He says, makes no difference, does it? If they launched, you'd all say it's fake. Not me. I don't think anything's fake about it. I hope you understand, Sparrow. I hope you understand kind of what I do believe. And it is literally what Anthony says there. I have proof. It's called the Word of God. That is kind of what I see this as, if you think about it. This is a belief, because whether Sparrow Music wants to admit it or not, it's not like something you'd have to admit, but you might not see it this way, but I see it this way, that you're believing something on faith, based on whatever you base your beliefs on. I'm doing the same thing. And mine in the last 5 years mine has changed. It's changed from anything that I knew, and I threw that out. And I believe what this book says, what the Bible says. And so it is a belief either way. Because like I say, maybe let me play something in the background that kind of will make my point, but you'll get what I mean when I zoom out here. The burden of proof is not on the flat earthers. The burden of proof is on the people who are thinking it's curved. Get it? Okay. So, I'm not doing that to mock people. I'm doing that to show you that as far as the surface of water goes, there's several things that we see that could lead a person to think that there was a wall of water between you and whatever you're looking at a distance. But after much study and much observation and testing worldwide, we've come to a very simple conclusion about basically all of these, I'm not going to call them illusions. They're kind of optical illusions. Things that we see are apparent illusions. I don't know what the right words are. My vocabulary is not the one that you'd want to pick at the store. But no, I understand your point, Joe. I don't share your belief. I just like to put people right. Hey, and I got nothing but respect for that. You always handle yourself in a way where I can always tell what you're saying, but you're not rude, you're not offensive. And I think that is, it's actually rare to find these days, because most of these people in the chat probably agree with most of what I'm saying. And there's, Sparrow Music, we disagree on a lot, but I think it's cool that you still come here and hang out, because that's basically, like I said this probably last time, that's why I have a channel. At least now, that's why I have a channel, and it is just to share my perspective, and I'll call it even my new perspective, because I didn't understand or comprehend these things at all for my whole life, for 37 years, and then the last 5 years it's just been different. So, and I believe that is all coming from Jesus showing me things and in the Word of God, in the Bible. They're already written in there. So, but I think I'm gonna get going, guys. And hey, Nat's back. How you doing? I had an awesome time hanging out with you guys all in the chat too. That was fun. Thank you all for hanging out. And nothing happened today for the launch. I'm okay with that. But you guys all have a great day, and I will talk to you next time I go live, or I'll put out a video soon, or whatever. Remember, I'm doing the Vincent Rhodes closing here. Remember that Jesus is the light of the world. All right, guys, have a good one, and I gotta find the button, but